Okay, good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors, January 24th, 2006 meeting. Could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Bennett? Here. Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Michaels?
Here.
Supervisor Flynn? Here. And Supervisor Parks?
Here, thank you. This morning we have the good fortune to have Madi Waya here. He's a Shumash ceremonial leader, and he's going to give for us some words of inspiration to get us going on the right path. Madi, if you'd like to come up to the microphone, and we'd love to hear from you. Madi is also with the Wish Toyo Foundation.
Thought I was going to have a moment to prepare. Thank you. First of all, I want to say what a great honor it is to be here with past chair, board members, supervisors that have done a great job in our county through the years and made decisions for the people with respect and informing them and protecting them. Not only the environmental values, but the economic values and the things that we have to think about for our generations to be born and when we're gone, and the way we invest in our future and the benefits that our children will reap the reward of. Linda, I've known you for a long time, and it's an honor to be here as your first official day as chair of this board. And your leadership has always been something to look up to, and we're real grateful. And I want to say that in our culture, we have a kind of government. We have our chief, which we call Antap. And then we have our elders council, which will decide if the chief can't decide. And then we have the medicine people, ceremonial people, if the council can't decide. But ultimately, at the end, if no one could make a good decision for the people, it's up to the Women's Council. And as we look up here, we see where the power is. We've had women leaders in our culture, and they've proven to be the best protector and nurturer of our future. And it's an honor to be here to see the strong women that are here that represent that leadership. When I think of this council, I think of our creation story of a rainbow bridge and how from these islands here, which we're protecting now, thank you, Steve, and the promise of our Creator, our God, that at the end of this rainbow, as we reach the mainland, there's an abundance and a promise for the future. As you sit up there kind of in a rainbow and diversity with different thoughts, with different ideas of what's good for the community, you too bring that diversity to the future of our county. And I know that working together, I would hate to be in your position for one, to make good decisions for our public and our citizens. I don't normally do 3 songs, but as part of the prayer, I am going to do a welcome song to welcome you, Linda, for chairing this board. And then I want to do a willow song. The willow has tolerance and has the ability to understand the protection of our families, where we built our homes out of the willow. And then I'll finish up with an eagle song that protects the land and represents the honor and the pride of the people. Yesterday I went up by the Condor Sanctuary and I harvested some sage. And I have one for each and every one of you. This represents purity. It represents being equal. No one is smarter, no one is prettier, or uglier, or whatever than the other. We're all in the same level. And it's a cleansing, and it's a new beginnings. Every day is a new beginning for all of us. Our decisions reflect that as we move into our future. And I'll hand these up to you when I'm done. Aho manakwish ulup manaung otoko. Aho kakunamahwe hutash. Kiolosoko lohokni. Inikushai lohokni. Inikushai nanao we heno eno. Out of respect to those that we lose through the years, and we remember them as they stay in our heart, our mothers and fathers and friends. And we still live in this world of decisions for a better future and a better tomorrow. I'd like to welcome you, Lena, to this responsibility of protecting, representing, and informing the people. Welcome, son. As we protect our rivers and the estuaries and lagoons where the willow grows, it's the mother tree that we build our homes out of and secure our families. And as we protect our world, the eagle that has great vision and soars high in the skies and protects and honors our people as we go through the trials of life. Like in our past, for thousands of years, the Chumash people lived on these islands and this coast. And for 4 generations, nearly 5, there's been another people here. We all have a responsibility to protect this land. We bury our dead here, our children play here, and we have our homes here. So to all people, and to the diversity, not only of our religion, our language, our food, what we believe in, and our decisions that we make as leaders in our community, I'm grateful to be here standing in front of those that we all depend on. Thank you so much, and congratulations, Linda. Oh.
Thank you so much for coming, Marty. I appreciate it. Definitely gets you off on the right footing for the whole year, as far as I'm concerned. At this time, let's have the Pledge of Allegiance, and the first board member here, John Flynn, would you lead us?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a motion and a second on the minutes, and I just want to thank Roberta for the well put together minutes, and remind the board that the less we talk, the less she has to type. All right, and now we'll go on to agenda review. Mr. Johnston?
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, there are a few modifications to the agenda. First one's really a clarification. On tab number 34, it should read 12 noon for the closed session instead of 11 o'clock. Item number 31, there is a request to continue that to March 14th. Item number 32, in the agenda books only, the Exhibit B associated with item 32 had some missing pages and has been reissued and reposted on the website. And as I indicated before, item 34, which is your closed session, that will take place at 12 noon. Item 37, there's a request for a continuance to February 14th. Item 38 has the revised board letter, the result of negotiations. And item 49, request that be removed from your agenda. I believe those are the only changes.
Okay, those are the changes that are requested on our agenda packet. Does the board have any other items on the agenda that they'd like to see continued or all? I'm actually have a request that we continue item 42. This is in regards to the Lake Sherwood Quimby fees. I still have some questions I'm waiting to hear back from staff on, so I'll ask that that be continued.
To a time certain or just continue?
No, it won't be continued to a specific date.
Okay.
And Mr. Ruffin has requested that we not bring it back to a specific date.
Okay.
Okay, with that then, do I hear a motion on the accepting the agenda as revised?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that motion passes. Now on to item number 7. This is the recommendation for our board, commission, and committee for the Board of Supervisors. Basically, everybody wanted to have the same appointments. I know Supervisor Flynn had a couple that he'd like to take in addition to the ones that he had, but I just thought keeping it the way it is so I didn't have to bump anyone off. I know also the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance, I just want to make a change to that. They will allow for an alternate, and Supervisor Bennett has agreed to be that alternate, so I'd like to just add that. So that's the third one from the bottom on that matrix. We'll put a 1 in the alternate spot for District 1. So if there are no objections, I'd like to go ahead and move, if I may, that we go ahead and approve the listing as in our packet for our committee assignments.
Second?
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Are there any objections? Okay, then we'll go forward and have that be our committees.
Only one.
And now we'll move on to item 8. This is our consent calendar. It's items 11 through 23 on the consent calendar.
Second.
I'd like to call out items 7 and 21.
7?
I'm sorry, item 21 for comments, please.
Okay, would you like to comment on that one now, and then we'll approve them all if that's the order?
Seems like,
So that's regarding the MOA between the sheriff and the fire department?
that's right, yeah. I just want to commend the cooperation that went into to creating this whole search and rescue model operating plan and the matrix. Not easy. 2 departments under 2 different elected leaderships, the sheriff and the Board of Supervisors, and so I just want to go on record as commending them for that. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion? We do have a motion and a second on the consent calendar with a commendation on top of that. And hearing no objection, then we'll go ahead and approve the consent calendar as stands. And now we have the time for public comments. Roberta, do we have any public comment cards? Okay, we have 4 public comment cards. Our first is Carol Dean Williams. Carol Dean, I believe you have 5 minutes, but you don't have to take them all if you don't want them.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations. I'll remind you that you have an added responsibility as chair, and I'll ask you the $64,000 question. Do you know why your public defender is appointed? Do you know that? All you have to do is shake yes or no.
I'll go ahead and answer when you're done, if you'd like.
The chair is not answering. The public defender of San Francisco is elected. Why is he elected and your public defender is appointed? the $64,000 question. In 2005, the American Bar Association did a study and did a report that describes the horrendous examples of incompetent lawyering by public defenders. Kenneth Clayman is that incompetent lawyering. It is a central tenet of American law that the government must notify an accused person of the offense it suspects he committed and must give the accused person an opportunity to present exculpatory evidence to show his innocence. Your public defender, Kenneth Clayman, is incompetent in American tenant law. Well,
I do want to remind you that you have a microphone, so you don't have to project quite as loud.
A whole courtroom of school kids in courtroom 25 was welcomed by Judge Purnell. But he didn't have time to stay and talk to them. He asked public defender Kenneth Clayman, "How much time did you spend on Williams's case?" 2 hours was the answer. 2 hours. Well, that sounds like a lot. He had 688 hours to spend. He had 86 working days to spend. And he spent 2 hours. Incompetent Kenneth Clayman. I've got a whole view. This word says it's a highly offensive term. It's between fuchsia and fuddle. And I'm reading word for word from the United States Supreme Court, Cohen versus California, 403 U.S. 15, 1971, that voided California Penal Code 415. A 19-year-old department store worker was wearing a jacket emblazoned with "Fuck the Draft."
Madam Chair, I'd like to welcome Mr. Claybaum to the ranks of the quote incompetent. Thank you.
At this point, I will move on to the rest of our public comment cards. I apologize for those who had to listen through that, too. Ms. Penny Bayham? It's a hard act to follow. Welcome to the boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Johnston, Christine Cohen, Noel Claybaum, Roberta, I'm happy to be here this morning. It's been some time since I've been here. I think the last time I was chair of the Workforce Investment Board, a board on which I served for 7 years, appointed by this august body. And congratulations, Madam Chair, on your chair. I'm here this morning as a member of the Friends of Channel Islands Harbor. I've lived at the harbor, on or around the harbor, for the last 20 years, and it occurred to me that I would like to be part of the group that just formed, the nonprofit group, to identify and share with the community and certainly this board all the wonderful things that are happening there. I will be speaking to you on a regular basis on behalf of the lessees, who are pretty darned excited about the millions of dollars that are being invested in our harbor. Of the 20 years I've lived here, I've had a boat there for 10, and it is a jewel, and it will be the jewel of Southern California, I'm convinced. So thank you for listening, and I'm an easy act to follow. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and thank you also for your participation. You are a leader in our business community, and we need a lot of that at the harbor, so appreciate your support. And now, Christy Madden, are you here? There you are, with some exciting news.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I will be very brief. Just wanted to make a quick announcement. It's corporate games time again. So starting February 1st, any county employee can go online to register to participate in this year's games. The corporate games run from April 19th, will be the opening ceremony, through May 20th. There are a couple of new events this year that they have added. There's a spirit event. It's fencing. So for those who want to get in really good shape, you can sign up for some introductory classes in fencing and participate in that. They've also added dodgeball. So for those of us that might be kind of a throwback to our youth, we'll see how well we perform in that arena. I encourage all county employees to participate. It's great fun. Events take place after work hours and on weekends. It's a great way to meet people from other departments and agencies and work collaboratively across ranks and meet a lot of really fun people from throughout the community. And with any luck, maybe we can beat Amgen this year, or at least bring home the Spirit Award. So look for an email in your mailbox encouraging you to sign up. I'll be seeking volunteers to be event coordinators, and we hope to have coordinators in each agency and department, so it helps to facilitate people signing up. Have any questions?
Well, thank you. And I know Amgen's going to have a hard time this year. The whole Parks office out in Thousand Oaks, Supervisor Parks' office, is going to be participating as a team. And
very good.
Watch out.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett, you have a comment here?
Just a comment. I just appreciate Christy Madden's leadership pulling this together. It's this is all trying to pull everybody in, and it's one of those things that when after it happens, everybody goes, "That was great," but it's sort of hard to get everybody off the time. So I certainly will echo your encouragement to get everybody involved in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for doing it. Now we have Alfred Agert. Good morning, Albert.
Good morning. Good morning to all the Board of Supervisors. I sent this letter out to notice to all the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. The title is Ventura County Law Enforcement and Justice System, a Sham. Ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Supervisors, why a sham, I say? I was arrested by the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. It involved an alleged traffic violation when, in fact, the arresting officer was in violation of California Vehicle Code 14607.6b, California Vehicle Code 40300, and California Vehicle Code 40300.5. A plethora of case law as well will support my accusations of the officer's violation of the law. I needlessly stood trial and was convicted because of the officer's direct violation of the law and the court's willingness to disregard the law. At the conclusion of the trial, I immediately appealed based upon the officer's violation of the law and the court's error of the law. If my appeals were to succeed, I would not face jail time. However, the court finessed my appeal process by remanding me by via mail to the county jail with instructions to appear at the jail at 7 p.m. on December the 9th, 2005. One indication of official misconduct is I was notified to report to jail 3 hours before the reporting time. In addition, the court notified me of a hearing at 9 a.m. on December the 12th, 2005. Clearly, the court intended to deny me sufficient opportunity to secure legal assistance to prevent my incarceration during the period of my appeal. Finally, considering the late and unexpected notice to surrender, it does not take imagination to believe that the notice was intended to arrive too late. If the notice had arrived only 1 hour later, I would not have known that I was ordered to surrender at 7 p.m., allowing additional criminal charges to be filed against me, even though ignorant of the order. Also, reflecting upon misconduct of the Ventura County law enforcement and justice system are the denials of my petition for a writ of habeas corpus by the Superior Court for Ventura County and the Second Appellate Court of Appeal. It is my experience that former Ventura judges inappropriately influence the decisions of the appellate court when considering contests involving their former brothers of the Ventura courts. My petition for a writ of habeas corpus is now pending in the California Supreme Court. In a separate but related event, while conducting business at the Hall of Administration, I was accosted by 6 Ventura County sheriff deputies, including Deputy Parks, a member of the sheriff's executive section. The deputies surrounded me and ordered me to go with them to places unknown and for reasons unknown. When I asked why and where, the response was, "You can come with us peacefully or we can slap a pair of handcuffs on you and drag you there." I was taken incognito without opportunity of counsel to a secret location in the bowels of the halls of justice. There I was interrogated for over 20 minutes, then released without explanation or apology. The officer's conduct would be more appropriate as terror tactics under a Soviet or communist government than a county which purports to be an element of a free country. It is the function of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors to ensure that this type of behavior by policing authorities does not happen in Ventura County, period. If the citizens of Ventura County have no control of their local government at a local level, what hope for a good life is there for them or their families? What safety, security, and peace of mind is there for any citizen who lives in this county in knowing that your local government is rogue and out of control? After all, actions, the foregoing, have always spoken louder than words. If this is the treatment the citizens of Ventura County have to look forward to from its local government, I'd rather drink turpentine and urinate on a brush fire. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you for your comments this morning. Our last speaker is Wes Fuller. Good morning, Mr. Fuller.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
I want to take this time and update the board on some projects at the harbor. I know when I'm with Greystar Real Estate Partners, we entered to a long-term ground lease in July and closed on the properties at the harbor that represent the 2 hotels and the restaurant and the apartment properties. A 50-year ground lease is obviously a long-term commitment that the county has made with Greystar, and we intend to, well, I feel it's our obligation to update the board and the county leadership on the major projects at the harbor because it is such a community asset. And I wanted to do that today in addition to comment on the Lessee Association, which Penny mentioned a few minutes ago, in addition to the county leadership at the harbor, which we've obviously been working in close contact with our major projects. Before I update you on our projects, I do want to make several comments on how impressed we have been thus far with the county leadership, specifically the harbor department, and working together with not only Greystar but with the other lessees in order to achieve the goals that we collectively have at the harbor. And collectively, I mean everyone in this room. And it's a wonderful asset that today hasn't reached its potential. As a real estate person, we can't look at an area as it stands today. We have to project forward and understand the potential that these projects have. And I can say very confidently, there's no other project that we work on across the country more important than this one, and we feel has the most potential in this project, and quite frankly, all of the projects at the harbor. So, duly noted, the harbor leadership has tremendously impressed our entire company, and we certainly appreciate the harbor leadership and the leadership of the county. But what I also want to do is update you on our major projects that we have under Greystar leadership, and I will do this periodically as we have news to tell. We certainly want to bring it to you because it was a tremendous commitment that you showed our company in signing those and approving those leases. So what I wanted to do is bring a color rendering of the new hotel, which formerly housed the Casa Serena Annex, and this is what will be the Hampton Inn at Channel Islands Harbor. And we are in the process of finalizing our plans and submitting those to not only the county but also the city of Oxnard for permits. We anticipate starting construction within the next several months, a renovation, which hopefully will open by midsummer. We feel this will be the first major step in turning the harbor into what it should be. Thank you very much for your time.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Michaels?
Can I make just a quick comment, or ask a question and make a comment? In that rendering, it looks like there are patios for each of the rooms. Are those functional?
Absolutely. They're existing patios, which we will replace with new balconies.
Very good. I cannot understand in Southern California why people build hotels in resort areas that don't have a place to sit outside your room and get some fresh air. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I do appreciate you coming forward, showing us what a rendering will look like of the building. We are all very interested in the activity at the harbor, and seeing this proposal really gives us some feeling for things moving forward. So I appreciate that. If you have other maybe smaller renderings that you can provide for us, we're all willing to and eager, I know, some of us more than others, to see exactly what's going forward. So much appreciate you coming this morning.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. All right, with that, we can move on now to our 10th item on our agenda, which is our board comments. So shall we start with Supervisor Long over on the right and move on?
Sure. Thank you, and good morning. Good morning, and thank you. Just some quick ones. I'm going to provide to you in the clerk CSAC executive board meeting. We looked at our strategic growth issues in California in the year, what was now titled the Year of Infrastructure. And in that, the staff had prepared kind of a synopsis of the infrastructure proposals out of the governor's state of the state, healthcare, identified healthcare things that CSAC's involved with that also have come as a result of the governor's proposed budget, and pension reform. So just informational pieces, and I'll provide them to you. It gives you kind of a basis from what we'll see some work take place, and some legislation may or may not happen on those pieces. I would also like to just take a moment to thank the CEO for getting out to us information on the staff changes that he has been working on and moving forward with. I'd like to congratulate those folks who have made moves, and significant moves in our management levels here at the county. As the CEO noted, succession planning is our major challenge that's facing us, and probably facing many organizations and government, but also in the private sector, particularly in a competitive market and in our county. So I appreciate the good work that he undertook. I know it's always tough decisions to make changes, but that's what he's paid the big bucks for. And I think he did an excellent job, and I am very pleased that we are doing, I think, a good job in developing both professional advancement, career ladders, mentoring programs to really look at growing some of our own leadership for tomorrow, because we are going to continue to be challenged countywide with recruitment and employment opportunities. So I appreciate he did an excellent job, and I look forward to his March report, where he's going to give us some additional information on the succession planning challenges. And I would also like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of folks on this list. One, I'm going to call out, a Santa Paula resident, Mitch Yamamoto, settled in Santa Paula in 1950. He and his wife owned the Garden Market across from McKevitt Elementary School. He was certainly known as a gentle icon who was always helping students, both with their purchases at the market, but just with school and with life and with being a very gentle man. A Berkeley native, he was interned in the detention camp during World War II, but he and his wife again came to Santa Paula and invested strongly in that community. He was Citizen of the Year and toasted by the Boys and Girls Club. He was a Paul Harris Fellow, a longtime Rotary member, loved very much by the community and by everyone there. And I would ask the board to adjourn in memory of the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Long. Supervisor Bennett, would you like to do your comments?
Sure, thank you. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. Also, want to call out a great savings in the GSA department under Paul Ruffin's leadership. I've become aware that they have remanufactured toner cartridges. They've gone into that and have saved the county $180,000 in annual savings by going into the remanufactured toner cartridges. And that's a great recycling of a product and also a good savings for the taxpayers. And the third thing I'd like to point out is that at the first meeting in February, Supervisor Long and I will come to the board with a recommendation on the public records fee that we adopted last fall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Flynn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list.
Thank you. And Supervisor Michaels?
Yes, thank you. I would just briefly and simply like to echo Supervisor Long's words of congratulations and commendation to the CEO for beginning finally the succession planning process. We've talked about it probably in every organization that I am a member of. We've talked about it a lot, and I think it's something that isn't out there on people's minds in the general sense, but when you start getting close to March and you start seeing all of these retirements come in, you realize that we're having an institutional drain, and that we need to really start planning and identifying the leaders of this county into the future. And so I think that's a very, very good start, and I look forward to continuing to work on that, both from the policy level and the CEO's operational level. And I would ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list from the 4th District, but I will call out one who is not from the 4th District. Marcine Shaw, past council member from the city of Compton, passed away recently. And Marcine and I had a very odd but very close relationship. We were exact opposites in a lot of ways. She had a D behind her name. I have an R behind my name. She was African American. I'm obviously not African American. She was an Army sergeant for many, many years. She worked for Kenny Hahn for many, many years. But we got along so well, and I had such admiration for Marcine, for all that she did, not only for Kenny Hahn, but more importantly for her community at a very, very difficult time and they continue to have a difficult time. And Marcine was one of those who tried to stand up to that, lost in a very ugly election after many years on the council, and it turned out that the person who beat her was indicted for fraud. So I call that out because it is unusual, but she was a great friend. I met her through Southern California Association of Governments. We traveled to China together, and I just feel very, very sad that, you know, she's not going to be around to laugh with any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Michaels. I have a couple comments. One, today is John Belushi's birthday. It is also the day that gold was discovered in California at Sutter's Mill. Also, we in our county are very lucky, I think, to have the Tour of California, a bicycle race that's going to be the first one of California's history in the United States, and it's going to be here starting Sunday, February 19th. It begins with a prologue in San Francisco. The first stage is in Santa Rosa, second stage is in San Jose. They do some time trials in San Jose, then go through the fourth stage in San Luis Obispo, and then the fifth stage in Santa Barbara. And on Saturday, February 25th, it's going to go from Santa Barbara to Thousand Oaks. So that's very exciting. And then the last stage is out in Redondo Beach. And it will be going on some of our county roads. I know in my district it will be going in on Santa Rosa Road. I believe it's also going to be in Ojai and some other areas in the incorporated county. So that's going to be very exciting, and Amgen is the sponsor of this, and we're really looking forward to it, and it's coming soon. So we may want to do some street sweeping and some accommodations for them. And then just finally, I would ask also that the board close in memory of the people on this list. And with that, we'll go on to our regular agenda, and it would be item 35, which is our Fire Protection District. And Chief Roper is here to present the item. Good morning, Chief Roper.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. Bob Roper, Fire Chief of the Fire District. Today I have before you a contract ratification that I'm seeking approval on. The Fire District, with your board's approval, was building a warehouse facility at our Latigo property in the city of Oxnard. As the project was nearing completion, it was discovered by the city of Oxnard that the fire sprinkler main that goes underground was underserved the building, the design of the building. We worked with the county council, and we've been working with the architect and the engineer to redesign that. During the course of that, it was also decided that due to the warranty issues, we had to use the same contractor who installed the system. He was not the one who designed it. So the contractor gave us a bid to do the work. We did have an error because the contractor began the work without a signed contract. That's why I'm here before you today to get this done retroactively. With that being the case, the project was completed, and to remedy this, what I've done is instituted several administrative changes, both with internal staff and also with our outside project manager, to ensure that I don't come back before your board to do a retroactive agreement on a contract. We are going back against, using county council, we'll be going back against the architect and the engineer for the poor design to get restitution on the funds that we believe were owed.
Thank you. Are there any comments from the board?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Michaels.
Quit fussing with this while we're doing that. You know, I realize that this, you know, certainly was an honest mistake, and that this ratification is absolutely necessary. But we keep running into these issues of ratification and et cetera, and so I would like to ask, with the board's support, that we have the CEO look into you know, the delegation of authority in some of these areas and whether or not that ought to come back. You know, certainly it's hard for me to say this because I don't want anybody to say that I'm got an issue with this particular contract, but I'm seeing it more and more. And of course, you've all heard me on my soapbox more than once, and some of you have heard me on the telephone more than once. And so I think because this is kind of beginning to happen, I would like the CEO to take a look at this overall, the delegation of authority. It may come back that it's absolutely still the right thing to do. We just need some other things in place. And that would be good, but I think we ought to, for fiduciary responsibility, at least ask that it be looked at. Thank you. Otherwise, I have no problem with this as it stands.
Thank
other
you
than
very
it's
much.
a
Are there any other
ratification.
comments?
Just, I would
Supervisor
agree
Long?
with that. I think it'd be healthy to take a good look at it. I think we've had a couple other little things that have come in the last couple of years since there's been a change in this. So I think it'd be good for the CEO to take a look at this authority delegation piece of it. Understand what took place here, honest mistakes, and go after them.
Yes.
And as I understand, we're talking $25,000.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that there should be some level where you don't have to come at, there is personally, I think there is a certain amount of funds that you shouldn't have to, that you should be able to approve, and particularly in something like this where you had no choice. But that's my feeling on it.
Through the CEO.
Yeah, through the CEO's office. So, do we have a motion on this?
I would
We
move
have
approval, and there is a second.
Motion by Supervisor Michaels, second by Supervisor Flynn. So, seeing no objection, that passes. On to item 36, and this is regarding the insurance proceeds for the fire damage we had at the Marine Emporium Landing. And Lynn Krieger, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. Lynn Krieger from the Harbor Department. I'm here today with a purely administrative matter that unfortunately a county government or a private lessee for that matter never wants to deal with, and that is a complete loss due to fire damage. All of these issues are, of course, contemplated in the lease, but when we have a loss this big, that's going to involve several $1 million changing hands, and the fact that we did have the new lease approved during this period. We believed in the insurance company, which, of course, above all, does not want to be sued by the county for misuse of insurance proceeds, wants to ensure that the county is happy with the handling of the funds that come from the insurance company to replace this loss. As a result, in consultation with county council, the CEO, the lessee, and the insurance company, as well as the insurance company's attorneys, we came up with this agreement for distribution of insurance proceeds to make it very clear how the proceeds are to be spent and how the county is to be kept informed of the expenditure of funds. In this way, the county's lessee, under penalty of perjury, each month provides an accounting for what they're claiming from the insurance company and what they have spent. And it is their liability if they're misstating rather than the county's liability to go through his receipts and decide which doors and doorknobs are for maintenance in the old building and which are for new construction, which would be very difficult for us to do. As I said, this is purely an administrative matter. I'm here to take questions. We're trying to stay on top of this and make sure the money is well spent.
Does the board have any questions? Supervisor Flynn?
Ask, what does the county get any of the money?
Well, we do to the extent that the lessee did, as required by the lease, have business interruption insurance, which ensures that we continue getting all of our rent in spite of the complete absence of the building. So we will be getting that every month.
That's a long period of time. Perhaps.
I think it's for a minimum period of a year. It may be longer.
But a year caps it.
I believe it is a year, which is why he's trying to get his building permits in now. In any case, he is obligated to pay minimum rent.
Thank you, and I note that at least all the parties have agreed on the proper procedure for disbursement, so I think that's very positive. And if you can keep us informed as it goes along to make sure that everybody's still happy about this, so, at least about the disbursement portion.
Move approval.
I have a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that item passes also.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have continued item 37. So we're now on to item 38, which is regarding the reclassification of our HSA, and Ted Myers is here, and Barry Zimmerman.
Good morning,
Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. Ted Myers from Human Services Agency. Barry's joining me. We have a joint board letter for reclassification of almost all of the classifications in the Human Services Agency. Major project we've been contemplating for some time now. I do think it fits into our succession planning and career ladder strategy. The major impetus of this was our CalWin project, where we're redesigning business processes that will impact over 650 employees. So we've added, to make it even more complicated and comprehensive, we did add in some administrative and social work classifications, because whenever you affect one series of classifications, it has ripple effects throughout the organization, and over time when you do that, things get out of whack. And we have not seen the career ladder movement that we used to see in the agency because of those kind of wacky differences. So we're seeing this board letter as contributing to our training and development programs. It makes it clear where people can move through in the agency. The union, we've had, I guess, 3 meet and confer sessions with them. I think you saw their letter to Mr. Nicole just Monday, I guess, Friday or Monday. And so they are happy with this plan. And I'd entertain any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions from the board? Well, I know I'm glad that you did work with the unions and let them be a part of it, and also that I think what the end result is very beneficial for our employees, and hopefully that will help us to have a smoother transition to in the CalWin program, which is a massive program that we're going to go through. Supervisor Flynn?
Yes, I want to thank you for working with the union meet and confer, and John in the back.
Yes.
Something I requested in an email to you.
Yes, that's correct. I do want to recognize Mr. Cole for his assistance. It was very helpful. Monique Nolan from the Human Resources Office, and Judy Nash, who's sitting in the audience there, from our HR manager. She deserves great kudos for this massive effort, which I think it's almost unprecedented, certainly for our agency at this level.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to also thank you for the work and thank John Nicole. I think anytime you're looking at something of this scope, it should have immediately been in communication with the union teams and the workers, so that you really keep a better cap on why the direction, what's going on, the purpose of the reclassification, so that rumors don't run and folks, and rightfully so, feel anxiety about their challenged either professionally or in the job that they do, or what their future holds. And I appreciate that. I know that there was some early on work done, but lessons learned from this, I hope, will put us in a better position in the future. So I thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Michaels, and then Mr. Johnston.
Yeah, I met with some of the representatives from the union a couple weeks ago, and I'm very pleased to see not only that there was an agreement and a cooperation on our side, but I think that in times of sometimes tense labor relations, I really felt that the group that I met was very much intent on resolving this in everyone's favor, and not, that it wasn't just an unreasonable demand. And they made me the promise that they would work to try to come to an agreement that everyone could live with. And so I'm very pleased that that did happen, and I think it will prove to be the right step to take, even though sometimes change is difficult. But I thank them and you and your team for coming to an agreement.
Thank you.
And Mr. Johnston?
Yes, I want to commend Ted and Judy for all of their work, and I'd also like to have my office needs to take the responsibility what Supervisor Long was highlighting as far as the time at which the unions are brought in was not of Mr. Myers or Judy's making. That was coming out of personnel on the basis of previous history, which was that we did not negotiate classifications. However, we do negotiate the impacts that classification changes have on employees. And so with Mr. Nicole's help, and with Barry Zimmerman's help, we will make sure that in the future that those things are taken into consideration early so that we don't have the last minute rush, and that we can all do a high five, because it benefited both the union and the management. So thank you for staying with it, and Mr. Nicole, thank you for coming in with the fire brigade there at the end and helping out.
Yes. Thank you. It was a win-win.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, I'd just like to go on record with everybody else that congratulations for getting this, and to be just real clear that we now have, this will become the policy in the future, that when in doubt, we will start these negotiations early. Thank you.
Yes.
And I also want to congratulate Mr. Zimmerman on his position as the Director of our Human Resources. Welcome. All right. Do we have a motion then?
Second.
And a second.
That was Michael's. It wasn't on the record.
Seeing no objection. We do have a reading of the ordinance. Roberta, do you want to do that first?
An amendment to the Ventura County
Entitled
Ordinance
only.
Code, Division 1, Chapter 3, Article 4, Civil Service System.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second, and seeing no objection, that does pass.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work. Our next item is our 9:30 time certain, and this is a resolution honoring Tony Patton. I believe Supervisor Bennett is going to be doing this one.
That's correct. Thank you very much. First, Tony, could we have you come down front and center? And while Tony is coming down, I'd like to ask the rest of us that are listening to just think for a moment, how would you be feeling after you finish doing something for 36 years and 9 months? And my guess is Tony might be able to tell us even a more precise amount of time than that, but certainly a remarkable period of service to Ventura County. And so I have a resolution. I'd like to kick this celebration off by reading the resolution because it will be informative for everybody. What have you been doing for the last 36 years and 9 months? All right. So this is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Ventura County honoring Tony M. Patton upon his retirement. Whereas Tony Patton has been a dedicated employee of Ventura County for 36 years and 9 months, and whereas since 1969, Tony's held positions as maintenance worker, heavy equipment service worker, heavy equipment mechanic 1 and 2, senior heavy equipment mechanic, chief heavy equipment, and received his Associate of Science degree in Management and Supervision. And whereas on June 30th, 1985, he was appointed manager of both the Transportation and Heavy Equipment divisions, and has worked diligently through the years to make the Fleet Services Department one of the most efficient and effective in the nation, as noted by a national fleet consulting firm and recognized by Fleet Magazine for excellence in the field of government fleet management. And whereas Tony was one of the founding members of the California Fleet Management Association and helped coordinate the first State of California statewide Fleet Managers Conference, and whereas in his off time Tony enjoys golf and fishing, has served as a past chair, golf tournament director, and board of trustees with the Ventura Elks, and whereas Tony has decided to spend more time with his wife of 38 years, Vicky, his 2 children, Toby and Shauna, and 3 grandchildren, Harley, Eli, and Holden, as well as pursuing his golf game, fishing trips, and electronic gadgets. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors wishes to thank Tony for his dedication to the County of Ventura, its citizens, through 36 years of loyal service. Best wishes for a long and happy retirement, Tony. And before I bring this down, I'd like to introduce Mr. Ruffin, who has some comments that he'd like to make.
Tony. It's a happy time, a time for celebration. Tony's obviously had a very successful career, and we're all going to miss him. There's going to be a reception for him later this afternoon. You're all invited. The flyers have been up. And his own group is going to do something for him tomorrow. But before we leave the magic of this moment, we wanted to also recognize someone who's given Tony just tremendous support, who's had to undergo some sacrifices in the 36 years that Tony's been working nights, weekends, keeping things going along. Bobby? The person I'm talking about is Tony's wife, Vicky. Tony, she's not shy, is she?
Yes, she is.
Vicki, on behalf of the county and the General Services Agency, we want to recognize what you've meant to Tony and to the county. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sure. There we go. Let's go. Okay.
Thank you.
And Tony, we'd like to invite you to part us with any words of wisdom you have after 36 years of service here at Ventura County. The microphone is yours.
Trying to do that.
All right.
Thank you. I've never been before the board out of my 36 years, and I think that was kind of good for me, actually. I do want to thank several people for helping me with my career and showing me the right things and the positive things to do as a manager, as an individual person. And one of them is your CEO, Johnny Johnson, as a long-term friend, I believe, for my whole career. He was my first director within the Support Services Agency, and later on as General Services Agency, and now the CEO. I deeply appreciate and I totally honor John Johnston. Paul Ruffin is another individual that I worked with when he was within the Public Works Agency. Was a fantastic person to be able to resolve issues and be able to satisfy the needs for the Public Works Department during his period of time with Public Works. Another person who I definitely enjoy and have most of all my career is Tom Womack, who I'm sure you all know, and he is a dear friend, and I want to say that once you do leave, Tom Womack does leave the county, you will be leaving. You will be losing one of the best people that I know that works towards trying to get the best thing for the county of Ventura and the citizens of the county of Ventura, as well as Johnny and Paul. I deeply appreciate you honoring me today, honoring my wife for the 36 years that she put up with me doing specifications and budgets on the kitchen table and on the weekends and stuff, and I really honor and appreciate it.
How sweet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johnny.
Mr. Johnston?
Before Tony goes away, they are having a little program this afternoon, but Tony and I met in 1974 in the parts room out at Del Rio. In those days, there was an Englishman named Frank Jackson that was running the fleet, and Tony was his aide-de-camp, known affectionately amongst the mechanics as Little Jackson. But he grew up to be General Patent. And he has done the finest job of anybody I know to keep everything rolling. He's fair but firm, a gentleman but a strong man who tells you just what he thinks, doesn't back down, and for how many, 36 years has provided extraordinary service to this county. We'll miss you.
Well said.
We wish you well.
Thank
Have
you
a
very
good
much
golf
for your
game.
service. It just pains us to see these people leave our county family. I hope that you will look in on us and we can form some kind of committee of all these wonderful retired folks to give us advice. Thank you.
They just want to play golf. They don't want
Tell us how the golf course is. At this time, I have a special resolution for a very special individual. His name is William Maple, and I note that he came in. William, would you mind coming down to the podium? I've known William for quite a long time and always in the same way, and that's in his effort to preserve our culture and our heritage in Ventura County and our city of Thousand Oaks. And he is a member, or just resigned from our Cultural Heritage Board, and he has got some very exciting work ahead of him, and maybe he can tell us a little bit about it. But I want to read this resolution, if I may. It's a resolution on behalf of the Board of Supervisors honoring William Maple for his outstanding contribution to the cultural heritage of Ventura County. Whereas William Maple of Newberry Park served with distinction from the year 2003 until 2006 on the Ventura County Cultural Heritage Board, charged with the responsibility of helping to safeguard our county's cultural, historical, and natural resources. And whereas Cultural Heritage Board member William Maple's many valued contributions include working with the City of Thousand Oaks to designate the 1924 Timber School as a Ventura County and a City of Thousand Oaks landmark in order to save it from the wrecking ball, this oldest standing school in the Conejo Valley, designed by Ventura's first licensed architect, Roy C. Wilson. And whereas while serving on the board, William Maple also secured funds to refurbish and preserve as a gateway to the city of Oxnard its historic Chinese cemetery, initiated the creation of an historic overlay zone for Thousand Oaks' superb Eichler home tract, documented and photographed the ranching era's Hilltop Feed and Ranch store in Thousand Oaks before it was razed by developers. And he also prepared, in collaboration with the Stagecoach Inn Museum, a red flag listing of potential historic sites for the city's consideration. And whereas William Maple's eye for cultural products of lasting value, his tenacity and remarkable leadership skills were instrumental for his successful campaign to obtain Thousand Oaks city landmark status for the Eyebrows on the Hill, the first built city hall of Thousand Oaks at 401 West Hillcrest, which was celebrated in international spotlight for its environmental architecture when it was designed and built, and then allowed to fall into ruin before William Maple came to its rescue. And whereas single-handedly demonstrating his steadfast American patriotism, William Maple brought attention to the plight of neglected oak trees in Thousand Oaks that had been dedicated in honor of Vietnam POW MIA's servicemen Eric Huberth and Grego Hansen, and was responsible for saving these memorials to their heroism, including seeing to it that a sculpture was created from the oak tree that did not survive for the serviceman who did not come back, Eric Huberth. And whereas the County of Ventura is grateful to William Maple for his generosity in sharing his talents and volunteering his expertise with his local community in order to benefit the public good, helping to preserve our historic legacy in the Conejo Valley and throughout Ventura County for future generations, and I might add all this on his own dime. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in honoring William Maple for his dedication to our community and does hereby wish him and his family well in all future endeavors. And William, I'm going to come down here and present this to you, and I was hoping you can give us some words of wisdom.
No wisdom, just truly appreciation that Supervisor Parks appointed me to this position. It was only 3 years ago. Many of the members have been around for decades on this board, so I feel like the young pup who's stepped out after a week of service. But I truly appreciate the opportunity and her trust in me in this job. Have to mention Kim Hawkins, who's our staff representative, who has a pile of work on his desk and really carries a weight and experience that we couldn't do the job without him. And just, again, wanted to thank you for the position and wish I could stay on. I truly do. If I had a clone, I would do every job. I really did enjoy the position. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I mention what you're doing now? Sure. Do you want William just got a contract to do the George Bush Presidential Library Museum redesign in Texas, Senior George Bush, and it is so exciting. And this man is so creative, and it's nice to see that you are going to affect nationally the cultural heritage of our nation. So really appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing that. Let me get a photo of you and this. For history. All right. Thank you, William.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. And Johnny, do you want to go on to the next item?
Okay, talking about our heritage or our traditions. For the last several years, we've been doing kind of a Tuesday morning update once the budget process gets underway, and the governor has spoken, and that usually is the signal. Paul Dursey is here with me. This will be very brief this morning, and then we will do it on a regular basis as information becomes available. I'll start out with just some high points, and then Paul can provide the budget calendar and any other comments he wants to make. The story, as usual, when it comes to budgets, is a good and bad news story. The good news is that we have a structurally balanced budget in Ventura County, that our credit rating has been upgraded at a time when everybody else is going the other direction, that we have done all the right things in preparation for the coming year, and so we are better off than most. The bad news is the state of California continues to have a structurally imbalanced budget. But there is a little good news there, because where they were maybe $35 million upside down just a couple years ago, they are now at about $6.5 billion. Yeah, pardon me, billion, not million. That would be really good news for the state. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. They are down to about 6.2 or $3 billion upside down, which is a lot of money, but in a state the size of California, which is larger than most nations of the world, it is manageable. But the legislative analyst has given a cautionary note, which I think should be our theme here at local government, and that is that we must be very, very cautious in any kind of program expansion, because even though we have our house in order, those programs that we currently provide are continuing to go up in cost. Just, it's the natural pressures of inflation. So we want to maintain the course we're on. We want to follow the legislative analyst's wise and nonpartisan advice. The biggest issue we will be facing is cash flow, because as a local government, while we do generate dollars here locally, we also rely on the state and federal government for subventions and reimbursements. Both the state and federal government, as part of, I suppose, a negotiating strategy over the redesign of health care in the country, have held back on payments. Depending on which numbers you look at, we're up to, Paul, as much as $50 million in monies due us that has not yet been paid, and some 30 in the current year?
Yeah, in the current year it's 30, and then we have an additional in excess of 30 in the current year, and we have an additional 25 to 30 from prior years.
Okay, so upwards of $60 million. So the good news is because our house is in order, we've been able to handle that, but we can't do it forever. So there's negotiations going on right now trying to get some of that money released. The difference between appropriations, a balance sheet, and cash flow, you can have a lot of money out there that's due you, but if you don't have it in your pocket, then you have what business refer to as a severe case of the shorts. We haven't quite reached the severe case, but many counties in California have. So by comparison, we consider ourselves to be in reasonably good shape to start the budget process. And Paul, you want to?
Yeah, I have two. I handed them out to everybody. I have two real brief PowerPoint pages, and the key dates, just go through them briefly. The February 14th is our ISF rate presentation we'll make to the board. Not us, but the ISFs will be making the presentation to the board, going over what their rates are going to be for the budget year. And in that process, we'll be asking, when we come back 2 weeks later with our budget development manual, we'll be requesting your board to approve the rates at that point in time as a working document, and the final adoption of the rates will actually be in conjunction with the final adoption of the budget. But we will be using those rates in the development of our budget at that time.
Paul, can I interrupt you for just a second? For the benefit of the audience and and those at home watching, the ISF, which may sound like a cryptic code, stands for Internal Service Funds, and these are governmental operations that are set up as cost centers, and they operate like enterprises or small businesses, and they provide services to all the departments so that the departments can then provide public service to the community, and they have to calculate what it costs for those services, and then your board will review those, and we have made it an annual process of bringing the managers of those funds in to explain to you what has been going on and to justify the rates that they'll be asking for.
And thank you for doing it prior to the budget so that we have a choice.
Correct. We do listen. The March 7th, we will have the mid-year budget report, which will give a synopsis and evaluation of the current year budget, and come back with any requests and appropriation transfers that may be required in the current year. The preliminary budget presentation, May 23rd, which is about 3 weeks earlier than last year, and that we brought up, if you notice, on June 12th, the final budget hearings begin. That is a week earlier than prior year, but due to the Memorial Day weekend, we had to bring up the budget presentation, preliminary budget presentation, another week beyond that. So May 23rd, it's relatively early, but we are expecting, at this time at least, a relatively smooth budget process for the current year. We've had very good cooperation among all the departments so far, and we would expect that to continue on. The June 6th countywide rates and fees board letter, that again will be the same. Those are outside rates that we are charging outside entities, outside the public. And then on June 12th, the final budget hearings begin. Hopefully they'll last just relatively few days. The next page are some of our key issues, and I think Johnny touched on a number of these. Maintaining current service levels. Again, preliminarily looking at next year's budget, we do expect to be able to maintain current service levels. However, there's a lot of caveats on that, because we have federal issues, state and county issues. The federal issues primarily are funding issues, and the first one is the Deficit Reduction Act of 2005. If you're familiar with that one, that could hit the state of California, according to the LAO, in the tune of $3.5 billion over the next 4 or 5 years. There's, of course, the Katrina that the federal government is still trying to take care of, and the Iraq War, CDBG funding. We've noticed our own CDBG funding levels have decreased for the projection for next year. They're going down already. So the federal government is trying to get their budget in order also, and generally that trickles down to the state and ultimately down to the local levels here, where we actually provide the services. State issues, significant issues, my boss already touched on. That is the structural deficit that the state has still, continuing on. So, and then, of course, the current cash issues that the state is shorting us on, again, in the tune of the $30 million for the current year. And one of the things that the LAO has recommended to the state is to pay off their debts before they expand any programs. And that's, our office agrees with that, support that wholeheartedly, correct. And the last item is county issues, and we have a number of outstanding issues. I won't go into detail here, but our unfunded liability in the retirement system went up again by another $40 million. We're at unfunded liability of $368 million. We're about 85% funded in that. Frankly, we were expecting that rate to come down a little bit this year, or that unfunded liability to come down a little bit, but there were some actuarial losses that when the actuary did their analysis, there was some actuarial losses in excess of the gain in the market that the retirement system made. So we have outstanding retirement issues. We have outstanding liabilities from workers' comp and from the termination pay, ISF depreciation, and then we have these other post-employment benefits, or OPEBs, that eventually we're going to have to record on our system. We had a actuarial analysis done that's about in the $44 million range that we have not recorded on our books that eventually we're going to have to record. So those are some outstanding county issues that we have, just to be aware of, and we will address those as we go through the budget process.
Thank you. Mr. Johnston, did you want to tag on to that?
Yeah, just one, again, for the benefit of the audience or people who are not conversant in budget speak. A structural deficit. Most of us were brought up to say only the federal government can have a deficit in their budget. Local governments aren't allowed to have that. Local governments are not allowed to spend more money than they have. But a structural deficit is one where your budget's balanced, but by using your savings account, you're not living within your current income. Ventura County has corrected that. The state of California is working on it. They still have some ways to go.
Thank you. Do we have some comments? Yes, Supervisor
Do you have a feeling for Katrina and what's going to happen in Louisiana for all the impact of it?
The general feeling, I think, is coming through the Budget Reduction Act that the federal government is coming through. They're trying to reduce their budget because they have a lot of money going out in other areas, so they're trying to reduce their deficit in that regard. So we would expect that local services will be hit, and we would expect it to be in the health and human service area primarily.
But what kind of an adjective? Is major impact?
I would say relatively minor impact, not significant, but relatively minor at this point.
Just one other point I'd like to make. Maintaining current services, we do have areas in county government where the revenue or the money for providing services simply hasn't been there. And so there's been a reduction in, for example, in the planning department, as an example, so that it has a difficult time taking on anything new, and there's some areas that it needs to take on. The auditor controller, if you look at the 2002-2003 grand jury report, talks about how many audits the auditor did in the past as opposed to today, and we really need to take a close look at that. But there are other areas too where services are down, and we need to have an idea of those areas, I think, in order to provide a budget that's going to give those services where they're needed.
We will be evaluating all of those areas when it comes time to evaluate each individual departmental budget. Correct.
Thank you. And Supervisor Marcos, did you want to make a comment or motion?
Just real quickly, and then I'll make a motion. There is no motion other, I guess, than to receive and file, but I don't like to be at odds with some of our most talented staff, but I would say that the impact potentially is more than relatively minimal. In all the stuff that I'm getting from NARC, National Association of Regional Councils, the across-the-board cuts have been stated, but there's a lot of cuts that are still being negotiated and may impact us, and in particular, you are correct, it's going to be the Health and Human Services. And the other issue is this deal that was cut between the state and California and payments to our medical system. That potentially is going to be a problem. And so I don't mean to be the naysayer, but while you're trying to be professional and cautious, I just want to be in the opposite direction and say what I'm hearing is there is potential for some impacts, and I would say moderate at the least, and then some could be even higher than that. So that's just professional disagreement, I'm sure, but what I'm hearing is it's a little stronger than what maybe Paul wants to admit to right now.
Supervisor Bennett, did you want to comment?
Yes, I did. Just a related issue, you put up all those various issues, and one of them was county, and I just want to remind the public, I know the CEO is working on it, but also the CEO, one of the issues that we're asking for an early report back from as early as possible is the Children's Health Initiative, and the draft was released before the holidays. They thought they were supposed to have the final. What I've been told is the final is not very different from the draft, but they have held it up for a few more days. but I just wanted to make sure that we hear from the CEO's office as soon as possible after the final is released, because it's one of the things for us to factor into our budget here as we move forward.
Yeah, we have carefully gone over the draft. If the final report isn't significantly different, we should be able to respond very quickly.
Thank you.
Supervisor Long, did you want to comment too?
Well, just I think Supervisor Michaels is probably more on target a little bit, Mr. Dursey, and not to disagree, but to say that certainly things I've been reading too, particularly in the health and human services pieces from national policy documents and reports, the collateral of damage that's going to come out of the Katrina is going to be to those programs that we are responsible for at the local level, and it's going to come from the cuts in the Deficit Reduction Act of the federal programs that will trickle down and impact us. And I know our lobbyist Tom Walters will be on top of that, working that, as I expect our fiscal team here will, to do our very best to make corrections as soon as they need to be made, and to provide us the information as soon as it's available.
Thank you. And we are already seeing the federal government looking at cutting the human social service element of the budget, and unfortunately that's the lowest rung in society that gets hit the hardest. And it also forces us to make some changes in how we budget to make sure that we can still provide a safety net for those individuals. Also talking about the CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant Program. Certainly with Katrina, a lot of funds for rebuilding are going there and not going to other communities in the nation. And at the same time, we have started on an excellent path towards increasing our reserves, and that is, I think, a really important thing to continue. And I look forward to seeing what is projected in the next budget. So if there aren't any other comments, we'll just receive and file this report. Thank you very much for your report, Mr. Dursey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now let's move on to item number 27. This, I believe, is with Larry Matheny, our county treasurer. Is he here today? I don't see him at this very moment. So
Move to receive and file.
we have a motion to receive and file.
Second.
I don't see any objection to that motion, so let's go ahead and consider that one approved. Now we'll move on to a second hearing. This is on item 28 regarding our Nurses Association. Hello, Mr. Nicole.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Today you have the second hearing and adoption of the multi-year agreement between the California Nurses Association and the County of Ventura. As you know, we concluded a successful negotiations for a multi-year agreement so that we can remain competitive in the employment of nurses for our hospital and medical system. I'd like to note for you there's one change with regard to what's been submitted to you. I was notified by the Auditor Controller's Office that Article 16, a section regarding how a floating holiday calculation is done, it was originally scheduled to be done on the 29th of January of 2006. In order to avoid having to reprogram an across-the-board change, we implemented that on January 1st. There was no substantive impact as a result of that change, but I did want to be sure you were aware that we had, in fact, done that 28 days earlier than the contract originally called for.
Thank you.
Other than that, there have been no changes in what was submitted.
Well, thank you. Do we have any comments or a motion? I have no cards.
Okay, I would move approval of the recommended action and say again, congratulations and thank you to all of our nurses. We are very proud of you and do support you.
Absolutely.
Second.
Thank you. And I just compliment to the management, too, and that it is a desirable place for nurses to be. And I like reading that in the paper. I think that's key. Thank you for that. I have a motion and a second, and seeing no objection, that passes. Good work.
Thank you.
Our next item is our 10 o'clock time certain item number 29. This is a public hearing regarding rent fee and insurance schedule for our GSA department, our Parks Department. Welcome back, Mr. Ruffin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Mr. Johnston, Paul Ruffin, representing the General Services Agency. We're asking the board to conduct a public hearing about the proposed fee increases for the park system, and at the completion of the hearing to approve the resolution attached to the board increasing the fees that are listed there. We're also asking that the increases be effective on February the 1st, 2006. Exhibit 1 shows the proposed increases. The first page shows what increases are being requested for those parks that the county operates and manages.
Most of the increases are within the range of the change in the consumer price index since the last time we came to the board and asked for a fee adjustment. Those that are not within the CPI are some fees that may go back to the 90s for the last time they were increased. There are a small number of fees. It could be like for the gate entrance fee, small quantity and small revenues associated with those particular fees. So some of those increases go higher than the 7.4% that the CPI has gone up. Page 2 of Exhibit 1 speaks about the increases being requested by those parks that the county leases. Kenny Grove, Steckel, and help me, staff.
County Oak Park.
Oak Park?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Supervisor Michaels. Those requests came in from the lessees. All of the requested increases were put in front of the Parks Advisory Commission, and the commission recommended approval. If the increases are approved, then staff is estimating like there could be another $40,000 roughly that comes in this fiscal year. And next fiscal year, we're estimating that the increased fees will generate about $87,000 in additional revenues. With that, I'd like to open it up to any questions.
Does the board have any questions?
Do we have cards?
I do have some input here, so if you're about, I don't have any any cards, but I would like to bring something up that I've been looking at for probably about a year now.
Well, if we don't have any cards, could I make my comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were about to make a motion.
No, I just wanted to make a comment that before I made it, I wanted to find out if there was anybody out there. Quite frankly, I'm very supportive of these fees. I find that we are among the most reasonable, and for what is being offered on the public lands and the upkeep and the liability of the public lands for the enjoyment of the public, I think these fees are well within reason. I was a little chagrined to have several people actually admit that they don't put their dollar in the box, so now they're going to have to admit, I guess, that they don't put their $2 in the box. But I find that to be somewhat unnerving in that, the fees are there for their enjoyment and betterment as well as anybody else who uses the parks. And there is an amount of upkeep. Even if it's kind of natural looking, there is upkeep. And there are safety issues and requirements to making the property not only accessible but safe and enjoyable for public use. So having been through a lot of these issues in just the last few weeks, I'm very pleased. I think they're still reasonable, and just wanted staff to understand that.
Thank you.
Actually, I think they heard me when I said, it's only $1?
Thank you. I wanted to bring something to the board's attention regarding this. The state of California offers a free pass to disabled veterans and prisoners of war for their state parks, and they issue a park pass. And I actually have some forms that the state requires that you fill out to show the documentation that you are disabled or you are a prisoner of war. And the reason I bring this to our attention is, as we know, the county has parks that we lease to lessees, and then we also have parks that we operate. And I would like to see that under the parks that we operate, that we honor that state park at our Ventura County parks, so that disabled veterans and prisoners of war can also go to these parks without paying a fee. And from documentation I've gotten from the state parks, the amount of veterans that do use their passes, over the overpopulation of the full population that use the parks, it's less than 1%. So I don't think it would have, much of an impact financially, and I think that it's a good move to make in order to, give them some honor and give them some reward for the work that they've done for our nation, and also I think it's a good idea. So I'm just wondering if the board would consider that, and I can ask your opinion on it also, Mr. Ruffin.
Be glad to provide my input.
I'm not aware of how the state park system is financed, how much of it is from property tax versus user fees. To the extent that the county is providing some of our services or facilities free of charge, then it means we would need to increase our fees to the remaining members who are being assessed a fee to use our parks. We are in the process of looking at a change, just another item on the day's agenda, about the maximum length of camping stays. So I'm not clear if the request that's in front of us now about doing something for the veterans relates to camping, if it's day use, or exactly how broad it might be.
And again, it wouldn't apply to the ones that we lease. It would just be the ones that the county operates, so it doesn't affect the days of camping and all that. We're not looking at that, as far as I know, for the ones that we operate. But again, it's not just veterans, it's disabled veterans and prisoners of war. And if it's a 1%, difference, if that's the percentage of people who would be using these pass of all the people that pay the fee, I don't know if it's probably more something for the board if we want to make that kind of policy decision. But I understand we do allow for free facilities. I think a gym here and there for some people in the county, some groups in the county, and to me this seemed like the state parks already has this whole system in place where they issue a pass. It's nothing that's going to involve any paperwork on our part. It's just, show the pass and that's sufficient.
Yeah, I think that ought to be looked at. It shows a great sensitivity to people who are disabled veterans, and we probably have per our population, per every 1,000 people in Ventura County, probably have a great percentage of veterans. So it needs to be looked at, and I hope that you'll do that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think for Mr. Ruffin's information, it says that the pass entitles the bearer to free use of all state park system facilities, including camping and day use. It is not valid for supplemental fees. So I think that there's potential there, and it could be possibly a policy that instead of trying to do our own, we merely honor the states at our facilities. But I would suggest that in deference to Supervisor Parks, I suggest that we look at this before we adopt a policy and see what the impact would be, and get some numbers from the Parks Department. I think the theory is absolutely a good one. If these men and women have protected our freedom and served our nation, then certainly they deserve the respect. But there's also the issue of, were they disabled in war or were they disabled just in military service? And there's a big difference. And so to be fair to all of the taxpayers, I would like to see us study it. I think it's probably a good idea if we do it. I would rather we didn't do our own. We just accepted the state-validated pass. But I'd like to know what the numbers and impacts might be, and particularly at our more popular beach campsites.
And I do have information that I can provide regarding the percentage that the state issues and who uses them. So I think that will give us a good idea. And like I said, it's under 1%. So maybe what we can do then with this board item is, if we're wanting to approve it, to also ask for you to come back and tell us what the financial impact will be that you can estimate.
We'd be glad to do that.
Madam Chair, could we leave that to come back with the initial budget report?
As long as it comes
I'm trying to make it as easy as possible so that if they're going to be looking at numbers anyway for the initial budget report, which will come to us soon.
Sounds fun. It sounds like a good time to do it. So we can have that come back, and I don't know if we need a special board motion for that. Do you understand the direction?
We understand.
Thank you. And so now do we have a motion on the item before us?
Primarily, aren't we combat veterans who were disabled?
Yes.
Correct.
Exactly. And they, I think in 1991, they went ahead and added POWs.
My motion is that you identify the motion.
Second.
If I can just ask to be clear on that. So this will just come back with the fees with the budget. Is that what you're
Correct.
suggesting?
Yeah, we're passing everything before us, at least that's my intent with my second, and that this item, they would bring the information back with the initial budget presentation.
Great. So, I'd just like to have it all included, so it's just to...
So we can see what the impact
Yeah,
on the
but just,
budget
just
is.
to keep it efficient, so it just is included with that budget. That's what we're talking about. Okay.
Okay. Hey.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
The ones that are in front of us today, I think, I need clarification. The ones that are in front of us today are approved?
Yes,
And then
that's the intent. The only item outstanding is the one that wasn't part of your report.
After we vote, they're approved.
Yes, we have a motion and a second. I suspect we'll probably approve it. Do I have any objections on that motion? No. The motion is approved. And then we also look forward to the information coming back at budget time on the POW Disabled Veteran Pass.
Right.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll move on to our next 10 a.m. time certain, and this is, I believe it will have both a report from our Ventura County Watershed Protection District regarding the rodenticides, as well as having the agenda item number
30?
30 that goes with it, which is a policy item from Supervisor Bennett and myself. Hello, Mr. Pratt.
Good morning, Chair Parks, board members, Mr. Johnson. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Watershed Protection District. The next item on your agenda is our report to you on our use of anticoagulants specifically. Please note at the onset that our use of anticoagulants is limited to mission-critical facilities, i.e. dams or levees. Okay. We're reporting to your board because your board is concerned with the secondary poisoning of non-target animals, especially large mammals. There have been several reported deaths of large mammals such as coyotes and mountain lions in which the mode of death was secondary anticoagulant poisoning. In the reported cases, our information is that the primary cause of death was secondary poisoning due to the anticoagulants, and this is where I'm going to start stumbling on the words, brodifacoum and bromadiolone. Both commonly used household poisons sold under various trade names such as Decon, neither of which is approved, by the way, for field use. Before I begin, I want to bring your attention to the last paragraph on page 2 of your board letter, item number 30. Since we've written that letter in December, further field visits and research indicates that our use of anticoagulants is limited to 19 facilities, not the 24 as reported in the board letter, and that with limited exception, the bait is in stations. It's not broadcast as it's reported in the board letter. More on this to come. The district's regular deployment of the anticoagulant difascinone and its occasional use of zinc phosphide is limited to mission-critical facilities, as I said. Those facilities whose untimely failure could result in the loss of human life. Those facilities are, of course, large dams and significant levee systems. On this slide, you see the number of facilities that we have. We've reported it to you in 2 different ways, so you get a clear idea of kind of the use. But we have 333 facilities, 19 of which we deploy anticoagulants. So round numbers, if you just count numbers of facilities, that's about 6%. And when I say facilities, we're talking about levee systems, dams, debris basins, channels, etc. We also have, another way of measuring our facilities in our database is just the linear, by the length. And we have 233 linear miles. Of those 233 linear miles, portions of 16 miles, round numbers, are treated with the anticoagulant and zinc phosphide, which equates to about 7%. Overall, across the range of our facilities, our deployment of pesticide targets gophers and ground squirrels. Our deployment of anticoagulants is limited to ground squirrels, and it's only at critical facilities. We use other mechanical methods of ground squirrel control at non-life-threatening facilities. You'll see examples of that in a moment. And we use only mechanical methods and fumitoxin for gopher control. Today, we're going to limit our discussion to anticoagulant use, but we thought that it was important to make this distinction to avoid confusion on this topic in the future.
Do you have copies of your slideshow?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes. I apologize.
PowerPoint. Thank you.
Should I wait for you to?
When you report 19 facilities, not 24, your report says 17 facilities. What's the 17 then?
I don't
Okay.
have an answer to that
Okay,
question.
fine,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's the paragraph we're striking.
Okay, thank you.
In this slide, you see typical ground squirrel damage to our facilities. The burrows occur, water gets under the burrows, things wash out. These are facilities which we can tolerate some damage, and we don't broadcast or place bait stations. At these locations, we generally roll and fill and compact the ground squirrel holes. We do not have corresponding pictures of life-critical facilities, as burrowing is not tolerated. Note that the use of anticoagulant bait, in our experience, is the only proven effective method of burrow prevention. We just don't allow burrows to be started on mission-critical facilities. Why are ground squirrels a problem? Because they're attracted to areas with low-lying vegetation. Our facilities provide them with ideal habitat because we pretty much burn and destroy any vegetation that grows on them. This is for safety purposes so that we can keep an eye on things, inspect facilities, and repair them. You've probably noticed that dam faces, abutments, levee faces are all covered with rock. You do not see shrubbery on the mission-critical facilities. Again, they burrow into structures, and when water is introduced to the burrow, the structure is undermined and eventually fails. Therefore, the burrows are not tolerated. And once they begin, it's difficult to know their extent. The anticoagulant difascinone, which is what we use, has proven effective in preventing these burrows. Our use of the pesticides, any of the pesticides that we use, regulated by a number of agencies. These agencies require that pesticide applicators be certified. We annually train and update the licenses of several of our personnel to ensure that all pesticide use is performed appropriately, and we only contract with licensed pesticide applicators. In the case of ground squirrels, the suite of control alternatives include three broad categories: mechanical, biological, and chemical. And for the purposes of our discussion, I'll break chemical into the toxics and the non-toxics. And it's interesting to note that only recently has the non-toxic chemical, which purports to prevent burrows, been approved for field use on ground squirrels. It is Rototrol, and we're going to talk more about this in a moment. Under the suite of mechanical methods which are available, we have exclusion fencing, trapping, frightening, and shooting. Exclusion fencing is trying to fence them out of your facilities. That is not proven effective with ground squirrels. They can climb the fence, they can burrow under the fence, they can chew through the fence. Trapping is something we haven't yet tried, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. Frightening is setting off explosives, putting noisemakers out there to try and keep them. In our research of the literature, we haven't found a place where that's proven effective, and then shooting is self-explanatory. The biological methods we have available to us include habitat modification, repellents, and predators. Habitat modification is not suitable. That simply means putting plants there that would discourage the squirrels from nesting and settling there. In our review of the literature, none of these individual methods is proven effective. We're still researching to determine whether some combination of biological and mechanical means might prove effective. The chemical methods available to the district are categorized again as toxic and non-toxic. The toxics are categorized according to the active ingredient. In the category of anticoagulants, there are both single-dose and multi-dose types. Single-dose means that one exposure is expected to be lethal to the target animal. Single-dose anticoagulants are those implicated in the recent large mammal secondary poisoning deaths. These are not approved for field use. In fact, our biologists have indicated that persons routinely and inappropriately use these poisons to kill coyotes, and that coyotes are preyed upon by mountain lions. The district uses only multi-dose anticoagulants. These toxics are used at very low concentrations in order to decrease the chance of an animal dying in its burrow. Ground squirrels spend 75% of their time in their burrow, by the way. This minimizes the opportunity for secondary poisoning, and this minimization has been documented by university studies. We use fumitoxin again on gophers, but we don't use it on ground squirrels because there are certain restrictions on its use. It has to be wet when you pump the gas into the holes. has to be at night when they're in their burrows, and you have to plug all of the burrows that you're not pumping the gas into. That's impossible on rock-laden faces. We can't do it. So we haven't used it for ground squirrels. We have used zinc phosphide. Our zinc phosphide use is limited to twice a year, and this is the one agent that I understand that we broadcast.
Excuse me. You said they spend 90% of the time in their burrows, but you have to do it at night because that's when they're
75% of the time.
75% of their time in burrows.
Right.
Okay, but you have to do it at night.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Only recently has a non-toxic chemical been approved for use on ground squirrels. The product is Rototrol and works through its expansive chemical properties to block or burst the digestive tract of the target animal. At this time, it is believed that Rototrol does not pose a secondary risk to non-target animals. However, we do not have any research supporting this. We only have the sales literature. Another potential problem with this product, which we got from the University of California at Davis, is referred to by the experts as bait shyness. Ground squirrels prefer to eat many other things before they'll eat the Rototrol. So the effectiveness in preventing burrows has not yet been established. And just to reiterate, the first generation of anticoagulants that are used by, and only one of which is used by the district, are generally in small quantities, sold in small quantities, and used and approved for field use. They're also in very low concentration so that multi-doses are required. The second generation in our research has not yet been approved for field. It's sold in large quantities. In fact, our research indicates that it accounts for about 80% of the market. And the research that we've done says that these are the primary implicants in the large mammal deaths. Our critical facility anticoagulant use is in bait boxes with a 0.005% diphacinone grain. It's at the 19 critical facilities. We only load it when we need it. We inspect at least 2 times per month, and we minimize the bait that's available. There are risks associated with this poison, and they come from direct contact with the bait, which is obvious, and there's no insurance that there won't be secondary risks associated with secondary poisoning. That can occur during normal predation while they're out of their burrows and during carcass scavenging. We have been, and we are currently assessing several methods, alternative methods, and hope to report back to your board on the efficacy and expense of each. The storms just simply haven't permitted us to really get into this in the sort of detail you need to make a wholesale change. We recommend to your board that you allow us a trial period to test the efficacy of these alternative ground squirrel control methods and report back to your board in September. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions, and I'm accompanied by our maintenance manager and our biologists, to name a few.
Also, in accompanying this item is the item that Supervisor Bennett and myself, yes, item number 46, regarding looking at establishing a ban on rodenticides. The Department of Pesticide Regulation right now is going through hearings regarding banning all outdoor use of the rodenticides. So that's what their proposal is right now, and we'll see how that progresses. And our board has written a letter in support of that. The wording on the item number 46 states that anticoagulant rodenticides shall be banned except in cases where the Director of Watershed Protection District finds an urgent public safety need and no alternatives. In those cases, best management practices shall be used. Alternatives to anticoagulants should be aggressively pursued, including training staff in the use of traps and other alternatives. The Watershed Protection District should plan to phase out anticoagulant use entirely. In here we wrote within 6 months. We're now thinking, that puts you in the middle of July, so I would change that to by mid-September. And shall keep records of usage of anticoagulants and alternatives in the meantime. So it gives you the ability in only those cases of public safety, that there's an urgent public safety need, that you could use them. A question that I had in your report, you were saying the downside of the one that is it Rototrol?
Rototrol.
Rototrol. you're saying the downside is, one, that they don't necessarily go to the bait first, but isn't the anticoagulants now that are out on the market, those are all bait also, are they not?
Yes, and it's an attraction, and I'll let one of the biologists explain it, but as I understand it, difascinone is very attractive to them for whatever reason. The Rotitrol is sawdust, compacted sawdust with corn syrup and other things, and doesn't seem to be as attractive. It's not that it's a downside, it's just that it's an unknown. It sounds good to me, too. Especially if you compare it to difascinone.
Okay. Well, I know
we just don't know.
I know we also have cards on this, so if the board has some questions.
I do have one question. Do we have a timeline? Our legislative analyst, Sue Hughes, maybe can tell us this, or maybe Jeff can. The Department of Pesticide Regulation, the hearings, what's the timeline on that? Do we know? Are they they plan to hear this for months, weeks? Could you get that answer back to us sometime? That would be good. Thank you.
If I might. Yeah, one of the questions, and I think this is kind of like, I'll give kind of my direction so people can correct me, if the biologist's correct. I have some trouble with this wording. I don't have trouble with the basic concept that eventually this has to be dealt with. But the way that this reads is, it's quite frankly very prohibitive, and I don't think that it gives staff the best management practices toolkit for the next few months that they're asking for. And I think my comment would be, or my question to the biologist, because I don't know, when is it most important to get this? If there's an issue with the ground squirrels, is it prior to mating time? Is it before the rains? Is it during the driest portion of the, I don't consider myself an expert on controlling ground squirrels. Can somebody answer that? That's an
Supervisor
expert?
Michaels, I have asked them that question. And,
Okay, but you can answer it.
Yes, if I may. We felt that we needed some more time to look at this, and that September would be adequate time. We've already got a report prepared. It's just not complete, and we could have. There's still too many unanswered questions. We're simply going to have to deploy some stuff and try it and take copious notes and collect the data that we need. The data that we need is the data that we need at this point. It's all anecdotal. Our guys go out. They know where they put the difascinone. There are no ground squirrels. They know where they don't have difascinone. We have ground squirrels, but we don't have any numbers for you. We can't tell you pounds. We can't tell you pounds that we've deployed in any detail. Our contractor can tell you his ultimate pounds, but he hasn't got our pounds separated out yet. And we need further time to improve the record keeping and to assess the effectiveness of the various alternatives and get back to you. And our people said September should be enough, which will take us through the spring mating season.
So is that when you normally, I'm sorry, is that when you normally deploy the first, say, batch for the year, is to try and keep new little critters from coming around?
Hello, I'm Pam Lindsay. I work for Jeff. And the ground squirrels in Ventura County are active all year. So we
weather's good.
Yeah, weather's good. They don't go into hibernation like they do maybe up in Lancaster or up toward the Sierra. They're active all year. They do breed this time of year. They have their young in the next few months, but we have to keep on top of them all year round.
I'm sorry, so it's really not seasonal like you have in the colder climes where you catch them as they come out of, hopefully, hibernation.
We control them all year.
Okay.
Yes, Supervisor Flynn?
Can you give us an idea how much it costs in your budget to control the rodents?
I can. Right now, $47,000 a year across all 4 zones. The bulk of that, I believe it was about $23,000, $24,000, Zone 3. We have more facilities there, and they're raised, and there's more population there. Not human population.
I was just thinking about maybe paying a bounty rate, squirrel hunters and gopher hunters. You count them and you pay $1,000 a piece.
Might be cheaper.
Supervisor
Question,
Long? Yes.
When you talk critical facilities, is that the 19?
That's correct, Supervisor
Okay.
Long.
Okay. Okay.
When you talk about, well, the report talked about broadcasting the rodenticide, the anticoagulant rodenticide. You're saying you don't broadcast it now.
We don't broadcast difascinone. What I haven't been able to determine, nor have the biologists, is whether or not zinc phosphide is. We broadcast zinc phosphide twice a year, and we don't know whether or not that's an anticoagulant. So we.
It's not.
It's not.
No. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're not broadcasting it. And we did ask a few weeks ago to see, because the report said it was broadcast, if it was at the same locations where we're seeing the large die-off of the wildlife. This is primarily near where you have open space areas. When you were commenting that where you put it, you don't have ground squirrels, well, you also don't have, you know, the other wildlife that are the predators of the ground squirrels, because that's the point, is that the predators are dying, which is kind of self-defeating also, because you don't have those owls to come in and eat your gophers or ground squirrels and your large raptors, because they're dying as a result of the anticoagulants as well as the mammals. I know we do have a few cards on this, so let's go to the cards, and then we can come back to the board discussion on it. The first card I have is for Alan Sanders with the Sierra Club. Good morning, Mr. Sanders.
Good morning, Chairwoman Parks. My name is Alan Sanders. I'm representing the Sierra Club. And first of all, I'd like to thank you and the board for having this item on the agenda. I think it's very important, and public discussion is quite healthy. And I think we're all learning a lot about this issue, and I think there's a lot more to learn. And I hope in the process, one of the things that will come out is what kind of CEQA disclosure has there been for county projects, and certainly there should be for other projects, because it just occurred to me that projects all over the county get built, and there's never any discussion about the kind of maintenance activities that will happen later. So it's just assumed that if you use rodenticides or herbicides, pesticides, all of those things, that I don't think there's any discussion about that. Now, maybe you have some on the global use within the county, but if you haven't, I would like to hear at some point what is the cumulative effect of these uses and all the other chemicals that are used, and how does that affect the environment? There's been discussion about some of the large animals that have been affected, and I know there's a real strong correlation between these burrowing animals and burrowing owls, which I can't even remember what their current status is, but previously they were proposed for federal listing. And burrowing owls actually go into the same burrows that are created by ground squirrels and other animals. So is care taken to make sure that burrowing owls aren't in the burrows when application is made of these chemicals? And I'd like to hear about those things as you move forward in this process. I support your proposal to phase out the use of these chemicals. I think that's very wise, and I would hope that you would support more disclosure about the need to use these kind of chemicals as projects are approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Our next card is Mary Hafner. Hello, Ms. Hafner.
Good morning. I speak to you today to urge you to support the ban on anticoagulant rodenticides. Listening to Mr. Pratt and our previous speaker, I think this issue underscores the importance and the need for a county-wide IPM policy, a really good IPM policy. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with these issues on a piecemeal basis. So I urge the county to, in the future, take a look at that issue. But I'm a board member with the Community and Children's Advocates Against Pesticide Poisoning, and I serve as a member of the Ventura Unified IPM Committee, having co-authored their IPM policy. I've also been involved in other pesticide-related issues in the county for the past 9 years. I, as a lawyer, have provided pro bono work to Wishtoyo, Ventura Coastkeeper, doing research in the area of California pesticide regulations for a white paper that I co-authored for them in 2003. I'm also a member of the Ventura Unified School District School Board, but today I'm not representing the board. The use and effect of anticoagulant rodenticides is well documented, and they raise numerous concerns because of their ability to cause both primary and secondary poisoning of a wide range of mammals and birds. The use of integrated pest management principles has received broad-based and wide-ranging support. Cities, counties, and school districts across the country over the last 10 years have successfully transitioned to non-chemical methods. Most of these more responsible methods result in long-term cost savings. And as Chair Parks indicated, if the Department of Pesticide Regulation is concerned about these anticoagulants, you know there is a major concern and there are heavy impacts. This awareness and momentum for IPM has resulted in an abundance of resources regarding information on successful alternatives. Failing to implement these alternatives is irresponsible. Unfortunately, there are many pest control programs that call themselves IPM, but are in fact imposters. Anticoagulant rodenticides and fumitoxins are not part of a credible and true IPM policy. As an IPM committee member and co-author of VUSD's policy, I am aware that proper IPM utilizes an approved list of materials based on toxicity data and potential exposures. I have reviewed myself numerous IPM policies and most recently have drafted a policy for the city of Ventura, drawing upon extensive research into successful IPM programs. I have not seen these types of chemicals on an approved list. Staff's reliance on a pilot project to sustain use of these chemicals is unwarranted. You have enough information and public buy-in to ban these chemicals today. The language in the ban is not restrictive, and I personally believe you should also include the use of fumitoxins in the ban. Fumitoxins are bad actor pesticides with potential numerous health impacts. As written, however, the language of the ban is adequate and not overly restrictive. It is your responsibility as a board to look at both short-term and long-term effects of your decisions. This county can take a positive step forward and be a part of the solution by adopting the proposed language banning the use of anticoagulant rodenticides. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hafner. Supervisor
Just
Bennett?
have a question for, Mary, with all of your background in this, have you done any work with water protection agencies that are dealing with the kind of facilities that Mr. Pratt's talking about at this point in time?
No, I have not.
Do you know of studies, et cetera, that have done integrated pest management practices with those kind of facilities?
I'm sure that there are studies. I personally haven't done any research into those.
Because I think that's where, just trying to look at things globally, I mean, when you think about it from the county overall, I think, I can't speak for the whole board, but I think most people are saying our park system, we're fine with integrated pest management, et cetera. We have this one issue left, which is what do you do with a dam that is restraining water and the burrowing animals cause the problem. To the extent that you come across things that are effective, then the sooner we get that to Watershed Protection District, I think the better off we'll be in terms of ultimately reaching our goal with that. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you for coming. And I note that the basis of this is that as we have seen a lot of loss of wildlife. The mountain lions that were being tracked by the National Park Service were found to have died in part because of anticoagulant poisoning, leaving very few left in our Santa Monica Mountains. They stumbled on that result, basically. That wasn't the intent of their study. They were just studying the mountain lions. But there hasn't been a study, at least in our national parks here in Ventura County, regarding the effect on large birds, raptors, and those. But in other states in the United States, they have found considerable die-off of those too. So I'm hoping that there will be funds in place to find out what the true impact is. I know Supervisor Long was wanting to get that information, but the National Park Service just found that something between 2002 and 2004, 70% of the bobcats had died from them that they had been studying. So it is a major impact to wildlife, and the basis why we're focusing on the anticoagulants as opposed to the fumigants at this point. But I agree that looking at an overall IPM policy for our county, which doesn't include the major toxins, is certainly something that we should pursue. Are there any comments from the board regarding this? Supervisor Michaels?
Yeah, I think as Supervisor Bennett said, the board has already basically taken a policy stance that says that for our parks and our golf courses and those areas that are not critical to public safety, we have taken, a policy stand and said we're not going to use those. The thing I'm struggling with is between now and when we absolutely can assure something is effective, the damage done on those critical facilities is a whole lot different than damage done to a golf course or my back lawn or, things like that. And I understand that these facilities are basically mainly in places where you're going to have predators, et cetera. They're not in truly urban settings. But I think, that we need to be cautious and aware as we move forward with, the policy to ban, which I think is a good policy. If there is scientific proof that that these anticoagulants are harmful to others other than those target animals, and there appears to be that kind of proof emerging. On the other hand, I would like to make sure that the statement, when it is made that only in emergency use, is clearly understood by staff and is clearly understood by the public, because that kind of language can leave open for a lot of criticism, et cetera. And so, I'm still more inclined to go with staff's request with the clear direction that we are moving away from these. We have got to find and aggressively find whatever's out there that will work. In the meantime, I don't believe we can just pull back from addressing the issues of the burrowing animals in these critical facilities. We're going into rainy season. We're in the middle of probably mating season and birthing season, and we're going to have potentially could have a lot of damage and undermine to our facilities. So I guess my biggest concern is the language as it's written here, to me, is not clear enough to say what, the word urgent public safety need and no alternatives. That means basically that unless a dam is ready to come down and flood the neighborhood, they have to use something else. That's what the public is going to understand that to say, and I don't believe that's the intent, but that's why I'm uncomfortable with the language. Overall, the policy, the philosophy, I'm not uncomfortable with, but I would, I think staff gave us a very reasonable approach. They clearly hear what this board has said about very, very restrained use only when, necessary and on facilities that are critical while this study's going on. But I think if we don't leave that option there until we're sure that an alternative will not undermine the safety of the public on those facilities, that we would be remiss to move forward and, God forbid, have something happen, or on the other hand, have the director make a determination that it was a public safety issue, and then have, the public come down on staff for making that determination. So that's my discomfort. It's not the overall philosophy and way that we're moving, but, or what we're moving toward. It's how we get there that I'm very concerned about, in just the language.
Supervisor Bennett and then Supervisor Long.
Well, go ahead, you can go Supervisor Long.
Oh.
I agree with Supervisor Michael's comments. I think that our first priority is certainly for the public safety. And the issue related to these critical facilities, particularly dams and levees, gives me great concern. I would like to have further time for staff to do further work. I think we have taken aggressive positions already in those other non-critical safety areas for removal of the use of these anticoagulants, and I fully agree with that. I would like to know more about the Department of Pesticide Regulation hearings and what they're looking at, what the experience from the folks who I'm sure are engaged in those hearings might provide us in the way of alternative best practices, options, and I think that between now and 8 months from now that we could have that information back, and then the strong language of banning this could be brought back before us. The horrors of having someone who has lives on a bit of a hillside and whose husband's out there today battling critters with little bait traps instead of using pesticides, because we do support that. But the bigger scheme or not the bigger scheme, the bigger picture of impact to these critical facilities gives me pause.
Any other comments? Yes.
Real quickly?
Yes.
I just happened to come to mind. And I'm sure you've looked at this, and I didn't think about it till right now, but what are the Department of Dams regulations and requirements, and would we be at odds with those? I don't even know if they have any oversight over, our dams and levees, but I know when Sinaloa Lake was breached a few years ago, there were a lot of issues, and so could you help me with that before we finish this policy discussion?
They have zero tolerance for animal burrows. They don't tell you the way to control them. They just have zero tolerance. We just got dinged, as a matter of fact. We were trying raptor perches at Las Yajas. We've had them in place for a couple of years. And we just got dinged for ground squirrel burrows at Las Yajas on a recent inspection. They inspect everything annually along with us. And so we've had to redeploy difasone in that particular instance. There are numerous examples of failures I could bore you with, major failures due to burrowing holes in levees and sewage ponds and but there's a zero tolerance in the case of these critical facilities for animal burrows.
This is required by the Department of Dam Safety.
That's correct. Now, we're talking about DSOD facilities, of which of those 19, only 5 are DSOD facilities. But we follow the same policy on our own mission-critical facilities. Just because a dam's a little bit lower and doesn't fall under the DSOD guidelines, we still have a zero tolerance for burrows.
It makes me wonder about what we used to do before anticoagulants, because they haven't been around that long. And it's certainly if we're going to be building, massive dam structures like over in Lang Dam, we've got 30-foot, burrow potential that you could put in with your building screen material to avoid that. I mean, there are other techniques that can be used also in construction in order to help avoid that in the future. But as I see it, there's a potential that this will be banned from our use, even if we want to continue to use it. And if we move in that direction, it's nice to have the policy now to avoid it and to not use it unless you find that there is an urgent need because of public safety. It's real easy to fall into a method of just broadcasting it on a regular basis, whether you have them or not, and not have to keep track. And it's pretty specific when you're using them that you're supposed to actually go find the dead animals, and because they will get eaten, and then it affects wildlife. And I'm sure that that's a really, difficult thing to go about doing. It's because of how lethal it is to wildlife, and that they have these kind of requirements with it that I think find that the alternatives make it a lot easier. And if we're looking at something with a corn base that's going to do the same thing, I think it basically blows up their digestive system. That we need to start using that on everywhere we can, instead of the ones that are wiping out the wildlife.
Supervisor Parks, I think before the anticoagulants, there were things like DDT and other things used.
I think that was more for those little pests that eat our vegetables and fruits. But at any rate, I think I agree that the wording of this does allow for intervention and the use of anticoagulants, but it's only when there is an urgent need. And that's determined by the information that you're getting in the field that, hey, if we don't go out there and do something, we're going to have a breach in a dam or something like that. And I think this gives you the ability to do that, but it also puts our county on a path of not using it. And right now, we're not on that path. So I would like to be able to move forward with this. I think this language is something that you can live with. You indicated that you could live with it, and knowing that we've taken a step. I know Los Angeles is also looking in the same direction of doing this, and I think it's time to become a more enlightened county. And with that, I'd like to see this wording with that we have on item 46 adopted. And again, instead of within 6 months, give it till mid-September. And you can come back to the board at that point. Let us know these were the cases where we decided it was important to move forward and use it. Or you may come back and say we actually found that it's been successful to be using these alternatives. So I'd like to make a motion then that we do move forward with the wording on 46 with that small revision, and to have the watershed protection come back in mid-September and let us know about the results.
I'll second the motion, but I'd just like to suggest one change. You said to mid-September, which just seems more awkward. Why don't we just change it to 8 months, which is September 24th? We're talking about a 1-week difference from 6 months to 8 months.
Okay, within 8 months, more specific.
Okay. A couple of questions. One, you said that the dam safety has zero tolerance. What's that translate into? What do you mean when they say zero tolerance?
You get inspection hits, you get dinged for animal burrows.
So if there are animal burrows in any of those facilities that they inspect, what happens? What's the?
We have to go repair, dig up and repair, and then deploy to prevent further burrowing.
Okay, all right. So the zero tolerance is you have to immediately get rid of those burrows.
That's right.
Right.
And
okay.
and they prefer not to see any burrows.
And they ding you for having the burrow in the first place.
Correct.
And then make you go and immediately get rid of the burrow. I think that if I could speak to the language here, at least, as I see it. I see us as in a transition. We're trying to get to the point where we're not going to use these things. And the question just is, what language is the best language for us to use as we move forward with this transition? This language that I think we have here sends a message, hey, we're going this way, and you need to be, in fact, as we use, aggressively pursue the alternatives so that when we get to September, we've aggressively tried to pursue this. What I'm most interested in is that what happens in September, what information comes back, what do we find out, what do we know? So I want to make sure that we have good data. As Ms. Hafner pointed out, she doesn't have anything specific on dams yet, and between now and September, I'd want to learn more about, what are people doing with IPMs and dams and all of that. So in my mind, this language, the way it's written, it says where the Director of Watershed Protection District finds an urgent public safety need. I'm saying that's good enough for the next 8 months to just go make those determinations. It's not come back and check with us on each one and all that other stuff. Make those determinations so that you can ultimately, when you get back in September, have the best information for us possible about this particular issue. So that is one way to get to September, and the other way to get to September is the language that staff has, which says do a study, which doesn't have that additional sort of sense, as much urgency, which is do the study, but while you're doing the study, we really want to move aggressively. So I guess that's what I really see as the difference, is the aggressively pursuing it in staff time. Other people may see that as confusing, but I would not anticipate having in this next 8 months, a lot of people sort of, a lot of grayness about what has been determined as this is what we have to do. That's why this thing is worded this way. The Director of Watershed Protection District, we're saying, we could have worded it another way. We could have said, bring it to the CEO, bring it to, each one of these decisions. That's not what we're saying. We're saying, make that determination and then let us know where we are in September. Because this is an important issue. You've got that dam safety issue question and our real sincere goal to try to move forward with the whole IPM issue.
And we understand that loud and clearly. And our thoughts were that through the rainy season, we would continue to deploy at the mission-critical facilities. We pull back, and we have other facilities where we can start testing the alternatives, not mission-critical already, the trapping, the rototrawl. And I suppose if there are places where we can do it, we can try the frightening and some of the other methods. We don't pull back from the mission-critical facilities until after the danger from the rains has passed, and we pull back slowly, and we watch to see what happens. And hopefully we will have accumulated enough data for your board to be able to make a very good decision on this matter by September 24th.
When you come back in September, will you also come back, I think it's a very good point. What did we do before anticoagulants? Did we use other worse pesticides, or were there other techniques that were effective? What was done before all
We
that?
can do that. There were a number of great suggestions that we captured over here that we'll try to include in the report.
Great. That would be very helpful.
And I do note that we originally brought this about 6 months ago, asking you to look. So you're saying you have that report almost ready, but you can start using that information in the report that you have.
We've started building a
a
report, but it's not up to your standards yet.
This isn't. We haven't just started today, but we've been doing this for a while.
Right.
Supervisor Michaels, I know you were first, and then Supervisor Long.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm still not happy with the wording, because I say that it leaves us open for extreme criticism, because the word urgent implies that there's a danger imminent, and you don't know there's a danger imminent until something bad starts to happen. And burrows, if they're identified, are dangerous. Now, is it an urgent danger? Is it an imminent danger? That's where my concern is. The only thing that I would say is that if this language passes, I believe that this board has to stand ready individually and collectively to back the decisions of Mr. Pratt and his department and his biologists. And if we're not willing to do that, because there will be criticism, if we're not willing to do that, then I believe that we ought to look at something that is much more explicit in what we're giving them permission to do. Are we giving them permission to take care of these facilities in the very best way possible, the critical facilities, through this rainy season, so that then we get into a study period? Or are we saying, no, we're not accepting that, and the only time you can use this is if you identify an urgent need? And if we're putting that faith into him, we have to be willing, if he makes that decision, to say, yes, we agree, because we gave him that decision, and not criticize or be critical when the public says, well, we didn't think it was that urgent. And I guarantee you, everybody out there who's worked with these issues understands that there will be somebody out there that will use this issue and say, no, that wasn't critical, you can't prove it. So that's expressed my concern, and I'm done with what I have to say.
Okay, Supervisor Flynn, would you like to go next?
I think you were.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were waving.
I would just say I'll support this because I do support that we get out of this anticoagulant rodenticide use. I wanted to make sure we give the greatest flexibility to the staff, though, particularly on the critical public safety areas of these dams and levees. I mean, that's got to be the first priority. So with the coming back to us in mid-September, I will look for our professionals to tell us that here's what our additional studies or reviews have shown. I also would like to get, again, the any activities of the Department of Pesticide Regulation related to the use of these rodenticides and have a report back to us. And just knowing that with a yes vote, I have the option for reconsideration.
Today?
Today.
Okay. Supervisor Flynn.
Some of the facilities require a Army Corps permit, right?
Yes, sir, construct.
Does the Army Corps have any regulations that?
None that I'm aware of, but we'll check that.
Yeah. We're talking about the wording, are we not, on 46
Yes.
primarily? I would, unless I haven't heard correctly, I would strike the 6 month or September.
We changed it to 8 months.
I understand that. I would strike that completely. Put our faith in the staff. The staff has been an outstanding staff. I think I've only disagreed on one item, and that's the levy at Fillmore. But I think when you put something like 6 months, I don't think you necessarily get the best answer out of that. We've got an outstanding leader, Jeff Pratt, and if you put a time limit, it shows a little bit of disrespect.
That sounds fine with me. The intent isn't the time frame, but the fact that we do phase them out. Okay. With that, then I'll go ahead and make a motion that we do adopt the language on 46, striking the words within 6 months, and we'll anticipate you coming back and letting us know what you have found.
As soon as possible.
At your convenience.
As soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments?
So they phase them out when they can phase them out.
And you'll come back and let us know the status of your, hopefully.
As soon as possible.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I'm
Okay.
sure that they will.
We may come to your board and ask for your permission to enlist some outside help with this issue.
Yeah.
And I would just love to be able to get more study information, so this is great, too.
I think, well, I don't know, we haven't had the vote on that, but when you had talked about other study, I'd also like to try to tap the resources of Westoria and IPM research that Ms. Hafner's done, et cetera. So I think the best way for us to move forward, just like the school district, is for us to just keep talking this issue and getting all the people together and trying to come up with something that's a rational and reasonable policy that addresses all of the concerns.
Well, I would also suggest that with all of the discussion about dams and levees nationally, that there's probably a considerable body of information that's coming out of those as well. And, they may be not California ground squirrels, but I'm sure there is a certain amount of undermining by natural animal activity, and that there probably will be that. Let me put it this way. I don't want to vote no on this because I absolutely believe that we've got to get rid of this stuff, much like we did DDT and other things when we found out ultimately that there was a problem. But I'll make a public statement that with the wording the way it is, that I am putting my trust and faith into the professionals, that should they determine that the need for this is there, and it is there because we do not want undermining, and that there probably will be use during our coming rainy season, because we don't think we have a better answer yet. I will support that, but that's my public statement. And should anyone come to me questioning Mr. Pratt's decision to use that, I can guarantee you it will fall on a deaf ear. I have just invested that decision in Mr. Pratt by voting yes, and I will stand beside he and his professionals should that decision have to be made.
And you let us know when you have an urgent public safety need to use it. I would appreciate that, so we have an idea of what practices you're doing. But I also have faith that the direction is clear, that we're looking at banning anticoagulants in Ventura County, and I think that's a really good step towards trying to bring back some of the wildlife that we have lost.
I bet we're forming an alliance with the squirrels and the gophers.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second, and I believe that's unanimous. Then Supervisor Michaels is supporting the motion too. So thank you, and I've been requested to have a short. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. We do actually have two agenda items. We opened up at the same time, so the.
And I might point out, we already had a motion and a second on the floor, so I think it's that you change the motion and I have to change my second. Right.
Okay.
So it has to be.
But regarding the item before us with Mr. Pratt, I think the motion that we have before us is the motion for both those items. Would that not be the case, Roberta?
Can we do that? That's what
Yes.
Noel says, yeah.
Thank you. And we're going to take a short 5-minute break, and we'll be back here at 11:15. And sorry we're going a little late. Board meeting, and our next 10:30 item is our legislative platform. And this is being heard together with, let's see, item number, is it 48? No. 49. 44. Sorry.
44.
44, excuse me.
I do have a question, too. This is Exhibit E.
Correct.
Where does this belong?
That was added to help show what had been included this year and what had been deleted this year. I know it's very complicated.
Okay, Sue Hughes, our legislative analyst. If you can help us with our packet a little bit, as Supervisor Flynn indicated. I believe we have the legislative version with the strikeouts in the back and the full draft in the front. Is that right?
That's correct, and hopefully I can help you with that. I know it's very complicated and there's so many attachments. And for the record, good morning everyone. My name is Sue Hughes. I'm the legislative analyst for the County of Ventura working in the CEO's office. And I'm before you this morning with your board's proposed 2006 legislative agenda and platform. And to start off, I know the thing gets very long and very complicated. Attachment A is the state agenda. Attachment B is the federal agenda. And the difference between the agenda and the platforms, just to kind of give you a basic idea, is the legislative agendas are there to express your board's program and funding priorities, those being attachments A and B, and then attachments C and D, which are the state and federal platform documents, are to express your board's underlying policy principles, and they're most particularly important when our DC and Sacramento advocates are called upon in very short notice to provide an answer on some action that's happening quickly. So if those items are already on the legislative platforms, whether it be that your board oppose a policy principle or support that, it makes action much quicker than having to come to the board each time with each one of those items. And as far as attachments A, B, C, and D, input to those documents this year, as with every year, come from individual board members as well as county departments. Now, we were trying to help this year with attachment E, which is the edited version of the 2005 program. So what you see when you look at that is a whole lot of red lines. Anything that is underlined and in red on that document is an add to this year's program, to the 2006 program, on all four documents. Anything that's in a box on the right-hand corner and says deleted, that item was removed for a particular reason. Most commonly, that was removed because the item, we were successful in completing something, or it became an item that was no longer pertinent, that through some act of legislation was successful. So that's what that attachment E was designed to provide, was to help you and the public see what the program does, what the legislative program does in the county. So with that, if I can just back up a little bit, we were successful in having 2 county-sponsored pieces of legislation passed in 2005. So just to give you a reminder of those, AB 1008 was introduced by Assemblymember Keith Richmond, and that was sort of a cleanup bill for an issue we had here in Ventura County with retirement. What it did was new hires need to be vested employees before they receive a supplemental benefit that was given a number of years ago in the amount of $108.44. So that was just sort of a cleanup piece of legislation. The second piece of legislation we were successful in having passed is AB 554. Some of you may have remembered it had a different number when it started out in the session. It was AB 1003. It was the Watershed Protection District's bill that gives the district the authority to go to the voters with a property-related fee. Those 2 pieces were passed. You'll notice there's some carryovers from the year before. And on to, if we go to this year's legislative agendas, that's the attachment A and attachment B, they're broken down into 3 categories: new bill requests, budget requests, and general policy issues. So if we start with the state agenda, which is attachment A, there is only one new bill request on that document, and that is something that you see titled Performance and Payment Bond Waiver During Emergencies. What this proposal would do is, in the case of emergencies, in other words, board-declared emergencies, no payment bond or performance bond would be required on public works contracts in less than $250,000. And for contracts in excess of $250,000, a payment or performance bond would not be required before beginning work, but in order for that contractor to be paid, they must have the performance or payment bond in order to be paid on contracts over $250,000. So currently, that's the only piece of legislation any department has asked be introduced, is this one. As far as state budget request, in keeping with what we've done the last several years because of the state budget, mostly what we've done is kept it in the areas of asking for grant funding on projects such as El Rio and the Piru Wastewater Treatment Plant, Ventura County Safe Harbor, just to name a few of them that are on the list. Now, in the general policy issue for the state, there are two new items that are on the list. One of them is something called the Kinship Guardian Assistance Program, which I believe you will be hearing a lot about from the state. In fact, they have a rally that they're doing next month. Someone sent me an email about this. This has to do with foster care in California. And the idea of what they call KinGap is this was added by the probation agency. It's a program that's designed specifically for foster children who have been placed in the home of a relative. And the purpose of the program is to increase the number of children who leave foster care and enter permanent living facilities with a relative. Most options for permanent care require that a child exit foster care, and thereby it deprives the child of state foster care payments and social services. The KinGap program would allow juvenile court to appoint the relative caregiver as the child's legal guardian and dismiss foster care dependency, thereby not causing any loss of foster care payments or health services. So that's what the KinGap program is about. That's been added by the probation department this year. The second thing that has been added was added by the Public Defender's Office, and this is something we're calling drug rehabilitation legislation. And what they're looking for is, and it most typically would be their association that would introduce this type of legislation, but currently persons who are convicted of Health and Safety Code 11350, which is typically possession of cocaine or heroin, cannot have their charges reduced to a misdemeanor even upon successful rehabilitation, unlike those that are convicted of possession of methamphetamine. So if you amend Section 11350 to allow for reduction upon rehabilitation of those charged with a felony, cocaine or heroin possession, it would thereby permit those people to rehabilitated persons to return to the workforce. So that's what the notion of the drug rehabilitation legislation is.
Could I interrupt you before?
Sure.
Could you go back to the Kinship Guardian Assistance Program? You said probation introduced that. And
they did.
And could you just fill in what you said after that?
Probation asked that this be placed because what happens now is if children are placed with a relative, they oftentimes lose their foster care benefits, including any services that are provided. This would take it out of the hand, it would put it in the juvenile court system, and the judge would then be the one who would declare them dependent from foster care, but be part of this program, so their services would still be provided and payments would still be made.
This is a bill that the probation department supports, or this
is
concept.
This concept, probation.
Along with Judge Back.
Correct. Now we get to move to the federal side, which is, the federal agenda is the one that's attachment B. There are no new bill requests on the federal side. So what you see is what's been on there a couple of years. As far as federal budget requests, there are 4 new additions, but when you look at that document, you think, wow, there's a lot of federal appropriations requests. The reason that you'll see that is the majority of those first few are multi-year projects that we've been working on for, like I said, a number of years, and they're in the funding cycle and the project isn't finished. The things that have been added this year, the Natural Resources Conservation Service has a program that they call the Small Watershed and Emergency Watershed Protection Funding. Funny thing, they came to us last year and said, hey, we have some money we'd like to give you, but it was in the middle of the session and we've already done this. They said, we think we can get some funding for you. We didn't have it on our legislative platform, so we've added it this year so that we have the ability. There's 3 project areas that they've looked at, the Lower Cayugas Creek, San Antonio Creek, and Thatcher Creek, that they believe they can do feasibility studies on. And their turnaround time is much quicker than some other agencies. So that's why this has been added. The second add is a pilot program. This also came out of the probation department and Judge Back. And this juvenile wellness court, it would serve at least 80 children in Ventura County. And they're children that are duly diagnosed with severe mental illness as well as substance abuse illness. And it would team probation officers, counselors, public health nurses, educators, community resource personnel, along with prosecution and defense attorneys. And the idea would be that you would divert from custody and long-term hospitalization and place those children whose families are interested in participating in an intensive community treatment under court and probation services. And that would be the idea with this juvenile wellness court. Probation believes that they can begin this program with about $1 million the first year to cover what the needs are in Ventura County. So that's the second add to the federal agenda for funding requests. The third one is the Criminal Justice Training Center. This was added. The next 2 were added by the Sheriff's Department. Back in 2002, voters approved Measure S, which was a community college bond measure. But with the passage of 4 years and the cost of everything rising, this request for federal funding would be to assist with the inflation costs that are associated with new construction of a Ventura County Criminal Justice Training Center out at Camarillo Airport. And like I said, the fourth one was also an ad from the Sheriff's Department, and it's a request that's going in asking for $500,000 to begin preliminary design, study, and update the original master plan for the Todd Road Jail associated with expanding the facility there. So those are the new federal budget requests that are on the document.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor.
Thank you. It took a long time. The Todd Road Jail facility, I hope that, and I haven't seen, I don't think, the master plan, but I would hope that we're moving in the direction as we have been in with juvenile facility, the same with Todd Road Jail facility, in that we are able to treat the inmates who have mental illness and treat those somewhat the way we're doing it with the juvenile facility. Is that the case? Or?
I don't know, but I can get back to you. I'll call the sheriff. The general policy issues on that federal agenda, there are a couple of new additions, one of those being funding for prosecution of cases cleared through the use of DNA, backlog clearance funds. Reauthorization of the Older Americans Act. We haven't had this on here for a number of years, and the Older Americans Act is ready to be reauthorized. And of particular note is this last one, that if you just read it, it says the Medicare Modernization Act of 2004, and you think, well, you know, what does that mean? Of particular importance in this one would be to support legislation that would reduce or eliminate the financial penalty that seniors will face if they do not sign up for Medicare Part D, which is the prescription drug plan, the way the legislation is written right now, if a senior does not sign up for that plan by May 15th, 2006, they are assessed a penalty, I believe it's 1%, something in that order, for every month that they don't sign up for it. So we're looking to see that be eliminated or reduced.
We understand this, Madam Chair. Is that Part B?
Part D, like David.
D, okay.
Mm-hmm. So those are the three adds to the general policy issues. Supervisor
Technical
Michaels?
question. On the Part D, is it only the Medicare eligible that have to sign up for Part D?
I don't know the answer to that. Let me get back to you on
Okay, because, and you've all heard me ad nauseum on this, but one of the problems with the Older Americans Act is that it was written at a time of transition in our society where women didn't work, they didn't have, retirements or the ability to earn money or have money in a savings, and there were severe issues. But it was passed with most of the services, there is no means test. And with some of us getting a lot older, the burden is going to be tremendous, and the growth in percentage of people 65 and older who can take care of themselves financially is considerable compared to when it was at the first authorization of that act. And I want to make sure that we keep an eye on the means testing, because we need, as a county, we need the ability to have means tests for those who can't afford to do it for themselves. They ought to do it for themselves. It has become an entitlement program for everyone, and I don't think that's what Congress meant. But I think we need to be very careful in watching, and that's why I asked the question about Part D, to penalize somebody for not signing up for Part D if they don't need to sign up for Part D because they can take care of themselves. That's even more of a case. So if you'd get that answer back to me, I would appreciate it.
Great.
Supervisor Flynn?
Yes, you're working at federal level. That's attachment B. There isn't anything in here about the Clean Water Act. Is that to be reconsidered?
We're getting to that. That's on D.
I've seen it someplace in this.
Yeah, it's on attachment D.
Okay, so you're going to come to that.
Mm-hmm.
And farm worker housing, I know you're covered it in the state, but what about the federal level?
I don't believe it's on the federal.
Yeah,
I don't recall that it's on the
U.S.
federal.
Department of Agriculture does have some money to give for farm worker housing. However, it's not very much. And if you consider the state of California and the need that we have, I think we could probably get pretty good legislative support for something to add to the USDA funds. Well, let me ask, do we add things to this, or how is this working?
I would certainly keep your suggestions, and at the end we can certainly discuss which ones we want added that aren't already included in it.
But Susan did affirmatively shake her head. I'm just saying that because you are silent on it. I want to make sure the record knows that.
Okay.
Okay. Would you like to continue?
Sure. Okay. Now, this puts us to the attachments C and D, which are the legislative platforms. And again, just to stress, these are the two documents that when our advocates in Sacramento and Washington call and say there's something moving quickly, and people think government moves so slowly, but there are times that it moves really quickly, and this is the opportunity for us to say what your board's position is on an item. As you look at the slide, you see that there were 49 items that were added by a variety of different agencies. These are not the only agencies. I just listed the agencies that have added the most items to the state agenda. There are 49 new items on the state agenda that cover a variety of different issues in those areas. And on the federal legislative platform, there were 22 new items added from a variety of different agencies. Now, to be clear on the last two, there were several items that had to do with the Endangered Species Act and the Clean Water Act that your board heard subsequent to last year's legislative agenda and platform. So those look like new adds, and there's probably, I don't know, 8 or 9 on each of the platforms. So in all fairness to the number counts, those were added on last year, so they were just incorporated into the document this year. And I didn't want to bore everyone to tears by listing every single one of the items that has been put on the platform, hoping that your board has had an opportunity to look at those items and that your staff has had an opportunity to look at those items. And you know, there are things that if you have questions about, I'm hoping that I can answer, and hopefully there's folks still in the audience that can answer questions if you have some that I'm not able to answer at this point. And what we've historically done in the past is if your board has chosen to add items, then that's done at this point too. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
So does the board have some comment on ones that they would like to see added, or maybe some concerns about some that are already in there, and or discussion about some that we have added already that we'd like to talk about? Supervisor Van.
Well,
I know we have opened this at the same time as the issue about Santa Rosa Island.
I mean, so first, I guess the question was, were there any questions for Sue? I don't have a question, but you then invited, does anybody have any comments or anything they want to add? So I'll go ahead and bring up Santa Rosa Island. It's item 44 that we're considering at the same time. I think it's pretty straightforward to the board. The issue is asking the board to take a position because there has been some efforts, and it is reported there will be some more efforts to try to make some kind of modifications to the National Park Service and how they're handling the issue of Santa Rosa Island. I think, as I mentioned in the letter and has been covered, this is a unique asset for Ventura County, and the National Park Service, representing the people of the United States, paid in 1986 a fair price for the island with a fair agreement that by 2011 that would be totally returned to the Park Service, and that would allow them to be able to do all of the restoration of the natural ecosystem that they possibly could. This action that was introduced by Congressman Duncan Hunter certainly threatens that, and so that's why the request is that this be added to our legislative platform. And I know we have a speaker from the National Park Service when Supervisor Parks gets to you, but speaker from the Park Service. I know we also had the superintendent of Channel Islands National Park, Mr. Gallipo, was here, but he had to leave for another meeting that he had with Congresswoman Capps actually today at 11 o'clock. The other thing I'd like to do is just compliment Sue Hughes. You got this information to us sooner, and it's very helpful because there's so much to review, and I just feel really appreciative of the fact that I know that pushes your deadlines to be able to make the request early and to do all that. And overall, I felt like we had adequate time to review a pretty lengthy document. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Michaels.
My comment is to this item, not the general legislative agenda, which I did meet with Sue and go over, and so I don't really have any questions. Duncan Hunter has been very good to this county as far as Naval Base Ventura County, so I don't want to insult him in any way or lose that relationship. However, my comment is this. I had asked Sue to change the original wording to say, except in case of military operational necessity. Now, I've had a discussion with my colleague and friend and said, okay, I'll pull that back. But my comment to Congressman Hunter is, you know, if you want to accomplish something, do it straight up. If, in fact, this is a discussion about saving hunting on the island, either for the family or for anybody, then to try to hide behind our men and women in uniform by making it an MWR issue, morale, recreation, and welfare, I'm sorry, that's what the military calls it. To make it that kind of an issue is absolutely dishonest. You know, I mean, somebody could come to me and say, well, we want to continue that hunting, and give me a good reason, and I could understand that, and I could make a decision based on that. But to do this, you know, and say that it needs to be a military recreation area is absolutely absurd. And I really had a lot more respect for Congressman Hunter than that, and I'm very, very disappointed. He could care less, right, by the way. But I am very, very disappointed because this issue has nothing to do with the military, and it galls me that he would use the military and their, you know, desires to recreate coming back from Iraq and other deployments. That simply isn't true. You know, my husband was in Vietnam a couple of times, and I had the good luck to go over to Bangkok, and there was an area called Pattaya Beach that was owned or operated by the U.S. military for R&R. It was wonderful. But we didn't need to use a public asset to do that. So I just really had to get that off my chest, and I'm sorry.
Do you
but
feel better?
That just, yes, I do. That just drives me crazy. If you want to hunt, tell me you want to hunt. Don't be like that. So I am on the record, Congressman Hunter, and I apologize. I'm sure you're a nice man in all other respects.
Thank you, Supervisor Michaels, for that.
That's kind of debatable, though.
But let's not debate that here. We have a few cards on this particular topic, so let's go ahead and call them. We have Al Sanders with the Sierra Club. Would you like to come forward? And then it will be followed by Diane Safford. You'll be next.
Chairwoman Parks, my name is Alan Sanders. I'm representing the Sierra Club. And first of all, let me take this opportunity to thank the board for the work it did last year to address the county's policy on the Endangered Species Act, the California Endangered Species Act, the Clean Water Act, the Coastal Act, et cetera. The Sierra Club and I think all residents of Ventura County appreciate that the actions that you took to create policy protective of the environment was very important, and I wrote a letter to that effect and to you, and want to thank you again. And the amendment of all that by this policy regarding Santa Rosa Island is, of course, in tune with what everyone in Ventura County is thinking right now. And what Supervisor Michaels just said is very much in people's minds. All of us are wondering, what the heck is going on here? We have a congresswoman who should be making any proposal that has an effect upon these precious biological resources. Someone referred to the Enabling Act in the 80s, and I have a copy of that I should have brought, because the language speaks specifically to the protection of biological resources and does not address turning Santa Rosa or any of the other islands into another type use. So what you have suggested is good policy. It's what we all want. And I hope somewhere in this process we do learn what the heck is going on here. What is this all about? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. And Diane Safford, and that will be followed by Yvonne Menard. Good morning, Ms. Safford.
Good morning. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. I'm a resident of Port Hueneme, but I'm a retiree of the federal government. I achieved a management level of GM14 when I worked for the Department of Defense. And I'd just like to point out to you how disruptive this is for politicians to foist something onto the DOD that causes them to divert from their mission and causes them to be ineffective and inefficient in achieving their mission. And this type of thing is something that the DOD deals with a lot. I've never seen anything quite to this extent. But when politicians interfere and they appropriate certain amounts of money for certain purposes that are really not what the military would spend that money on if the military had the decision. And I just wanted to point out that this is being foisted on the military. The military is not asking for this island. The military does not want this island. And I think this is especially wrong at this point in our nation's history when we have so many military challenges to do this sort of thing to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Safford, you, I would imagine, support the recommendation by Supervisor Bennett to let Washington know that we want to preserve the island. Because you wrote opposed, but I understand what you mean. You're opposed to the takeover.
I really appreciated Judy Michaels' comments. They were right on, in my opinion.
Thank you. And next we have Yvonne Menard, and then followed by Patricia Monroe.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Menard. I'm the Chief of Interpretation at Channel Islands National Park. Is that better? Sorry. As Supervisor Bennett described, Russell Gallipo, our superintendent, is sorry he's not able to represent the park here today. He is meeting with Congressman Capps at this time. And I'd like to just read a short excerpt of a letter that he's written to you. Channel Islands National Park is a special place. It was established by Congress in 1980 and includes the 5 northern islands: San Miguel, Santa Rosa, Santa Cruz, Anacapa, and Santa Barbara, and the surrounding 1 nautical miles of marine waters. Ventura County can be proud to call itself the gateway to the Channel Islands. The park's main visitor center in the Ventura Harbor hosts over 3,000 people every year. More than 80,000 travelers to the Channel Islands each year depart primarily through the harbors of Ventura County. According to a 2001 study by an independent organization, National Parks and Conservation Association, visitors to the Channel Islands National Park contribute over $50 million to our local economy. People are drawn by the abundant wildlife, the undeveloped open spaces, the recreational opportunities, the unique plants and animals, and generally the wildness of the islands. Santa Rosa Island, with over 2/3 of the federally owned land in the park, is critically important to the biological and the cultural integrity of the park. Additionally, Santa Rosa Island provides recreational opportunities that are only available on that island and no other park island. Santa Rosa Island is the only island that provides the public access by airplane and by boat. Santa Rosa Island is the only island that offers extensive cross-country hiking opportunities. Santa Rosa Island is the only island that supports beach and kayak camping. And most importantly, Santa Rosa Island is the most accessible island for our handicapped visitors. Santa Rosa Island is open to everyone, including military personnel. The National Park Service and Channel Islands National Park greatly appreciate your support, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much for coming, Supervisor Bennett.
No questions, but I do want to thank you and hope that you'll pass our thanks on to the superintendent for taking the time to come, and our apologies. He was here till 10:15. I know he was hoping we would take it early, but our county council will nod his head. Once we make it a time certain, we're not allowed to take the item early. So if you'd pass that on, and thank you for taking the time to come.
Thank you, sir.
The other thing that I would just point out while we have a representative of the Park Service here is that Santa Rosa Island is so essential to the Channel Islands National Park. To pull it out of the Park Service and to not have it be part of that chain just doesn't make any sense at all. And I think that that's really why overwhelmingly people in Ventura County oppose the thought of transferring it out of the National Park Service and support the idea that the National Park Service should be able to go forward with their plans to try to return Santa Rosa to its natural ecosystem out there and stuff. So thank you very much for the testimony today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And next we have Patricia Monroe, followed by Jerome Hopkins. Hello, Ms. Monroe.
Hi, my name is Patricia Monroe, and today I'll be representing the California Native Plant Society. It's a state organization that has concerns about native plants and their habitat. And speaking on all of the islands, there's 25 rare or endemic plants that occur on the islands. 5 federally listed species of plants, 2 of which only occur on Santa Rosa Island, and they do need our protection. And I would just any special interest group that comes in and tries to take public land cannot be sanctioned. It's terrible. And we're already looking at only 5 years left before the hunting will stop on Santa Rosa Island, so we can do research year-round studying the plants, and then to have something come up where it may be indefinite that we can't use the island. About 95% now is restricted during the hunting season, and that's about 5 months. And plants, even though they're dormant sometimes of the year, when you're doing research, you still need to see them all. And as a member of Native Plant Society, we go out year-round to enjoy the plants. And we like all of the Channel Islands, and I would very much like to have you adopt this proposal to save Santa Rosa Island, but also maybe you should include all of the Channel Islands parks. And we have done a lot of improvements here in our Ventura County parks. Maybe we better include all of them. If Congress takes a look at some of our parks here, the next thing we know, Congress will be saying, oh, well, let's get Steckel Park. You know, they've done some improvements there. And once it gets up into Congress and it's in Sacramento, down here, just somebody living in Oxnard goes, uh-oh, we're in trouble now. So thank you very much for bringing this up, and I hope you will protect the Channel Islands and all of our parks that you have any influence over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe.
Can I say a quick thing to the speaker?
Yes.
Ma'am, I just hope that, you made the comment, no special interest group. Please realize the military had nothing to do with this. This is not a request from uniformed military officers or enlisted. This is a ploy. So I hope that you keep that in mind and don't question the integrity of any of our services and their top brass. I just wanted to clear that up on the record.
Yes, hopefully it's just a one-person effort there. The next speaker we have is Jerome Hopkins, and he'll be our last speaker on this.
Good morning, or whatever it is.
Still morning.
I'm Jerome Hopkins, 2920 Peninsula Road, Oxnard. If I were being nominated for the Supreme Court, which I'm not, I would consider the national park system as settled law. Our first national park was in 1872, that being Yosemite. And then just 100 years ago, President Theodore Roosevelt, a Republican, doubled the number of national parks, and he also passed an act establishing national monuments. He also greatly increased the forest reserves by about 3 or 4. So I don't know what the Republicans have in mind in wanting to undo the work of one of their greatest presidents. So here we are. I think the public is still solidly behind the National Park Service. I think it has overwhelming bipartisan support, and this is the first attempt I have ever heard of to dismantle any part of the national park. And I think if a county sits by and lets this happen, it will have risk of inviting national anger and contempt. Please vote yes on Supervisor Bennett's motion. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the discussion about one of the items that's being proposed for the legislative platform, and I'm wondering if anyone else has recommended changes that they'd like to see. Yes, Supervisor Long?
Not a change, but a comment on another bonehead idea. And that references the definition of homeless, and we have on our platform to call on the federal government to make sure that the definition of homeless expands to include children and families. And I just wanted to thank Sue for her work on that and our lobbyists in Washington. And as we move ahead with this, that is a very critical piece in what we are challenged with locally on the homeless. But to thank Sue for overall excellent work on this. I appreciated having the document of last year with the changes so that we could track what we really rested with last year, and is it still in our agreement, and I found it very helpful. So I thank you for your good work on that.
Thank you.
And the Santa Rosa Island one is just absurd. I mean, you're not your motion, no. The proposal by a congressman who doesn't even know our community or Santa Barbara community, I doubt consulted anyone on this. It's just, and I appreciate Supervisor Michael's comments too. I know our military partners would not have engaged in that without certainly testing the local community, because they know that we have opinions.
Thank you. I do actually have a couple that I'd like to suggest after going through the platform. I did get one in time to have it written up in here regarding looking at cutting down on emissions from ocean-going ships. But I also noted that on C6, we have an item that C is in cat 6. There was an item that talks about the county supports legislation that would require the placement of cameras in buses that transport disabled children. Great proposal. I do support that. But then I've also wondered what is stopping from putting seat belts in school buses, and I'm sure it's something that's gone through and been discussed before. But I would think that if that's something our county could support, that is a definite beneficial measure, and it seems that we've already kind of stepped into looking at bus transportation and children. Why not go and also recommend that we support putting seat belts in school buses? So that's one recommendation that I have. Another recommendation, I see that I believe it was the Boating and Waterways is looking at more funding for the Harbor BISC, the Boating and Instruction Center. And it seems only fit that we also support that, since it will benefit the county and not drain our resources as much if we do get those funds. So my suggestion on that, it is not in here, and my suggestion is that we do also, for state funding, include a recommendation of support for more money for the Boating and Instruction Safety Center.
Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
I always like to try to support your good ideas. I just don't know about the seatbelt issue. I just have not heard a thing, about. So I just I need some time with that one.
To me, it sounded like a bit of a no-brainer, but nothing personal. But I will be glad to.
I resemble that remark.
I will be glad to put that off. To me, it seems.
Well, I've always wondered, why don't we have seatbelts in buses? And I figure there must be some logical reason, and
so let's
because safety experts haven't done. So I don't think I want to get out in front on that. I'd like, if I have some information, I'd be happy to support it. But
okay, and then maybe that's something we can find more information on. Right now, then I'll just propose amending this to include the funding for the BISC. And I just also wanted to note, I believe Supervisor Bennett has included a couple of items regarding support for increased funding for transit and bicycle lanes.
Correct.
I'd also like to, even though transit may include it, I'd also like to say the word rail for funding for rail, transit, and bicycle lanes, and it's in here twice under D7 and C15. So I just would add that addition of rail. I've been kind of trained that transit is buses and rail is a different thing, so just to clarify that, if there's no problem with that with Supervisor Bennett. And then finally, I do not support one of these items, so I just thought I would bring that out. And that's in regards to the item C14. On page C14, number 22, it's the county supports legislation that would amend the Constitution, California Constitution to exempt fees and charges for flood control, stormwater, and urban runoff management from Prop 218. So I'm just going to go on record as opposing that portion of the legislative platform.
Okay. Are you ready for a motion on the legislative platform?
I am ready for a motion on the legislative platform unless anyone else has any comments. The whole thing.
The whole enchilada.
You have, yes, Supervisor Flynn.
I'm sorry, D3? Okay.
I would hope that the Corps would be asked to take a look at the Kitty Beach and that the wall is being eroded away because of the lack of sand there. And if they could look at it and make some kind of decision whether or not it would be a positive thing to put some more sand in that particular area when they do the dredging.
Do we have any comments on that recommendation?
I don't know what I think of it. I guess I would hope that, for example, adding rail on there, or like the Santa Rosa Island where we have it in advance. Is this requesting the Corps to just take a look? It's not suggesting that is the solution.
That's correct. That's not suggesting that at all. But if you to look at it, see if it would be a prudent idea to put some more sand there. If you look at the wall, it is protecting the parking lot that you see there. It's being washed away, eroded away. So, severe damage to the wall.
So it sounds to me that having them review it, if they find that is something that will assist Kitty Beach, then we could have something on the legislative agenda in the future to look at requesting that they do it. Right now, we're just asking for a study. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I know we're asking the Corps to do a lot of things, so I guess this just has to be one more thing that we're asking the Corps to do. Would that be your perceptions?
That would be my understanding.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well.
Supervisor Parks, could I ask again the item you said that you were not supportive of on the funding piece?
Yes,
Where
it's
is it
on
located?
page C14. It's number 22, and it just exempts fees for flood control from Prop 218, so you don't have to go to a vote of the people as you currently do now to increase fees for those items. For its flood control, stormwater, and urban runoff management. For example, I can think of it gives people an opportunity to, I think, have more say on those improvements also. So that's why I want to maintain that voice.
Well, I would ask staff's comment on that. I think that the flip side of that is that the flexibility the staff needs to have to be able to move on these items and be able to move the funds. I would have to assume that was their request for
Well, I can answer from a legislative point of view. I can let Mr. Pratt answer from a watershed protection district point of view. This has been up in the form of a couple of years ago, I believe it was ACA 10, and this session it's known as ACA 13. And what it would do is make flood control construction and operations and maintenance be treated just like a utility would be. In other words, sewers, if you raise sewer rates, it's exempt from 218. Legislatively, what's happening in the state of California is with the governor introducing all these infrastructure bonds. He has stated that one of his goals would be to see ACA 13 passed by the people as part of his infrastructure bonds. And I suppose legislatively where that comes from is the breach of the Delta area, the levees in the Delta area. The state was up against some huge dollars in trying to figure out how to fix all those. So legislatively speaking, but it was the Watershed Protection District who added this through some conversations with SEAC, which is the engineers branch of CSAC. So if you'd like further information from the district, that's why Jeff's here.
Sue has it right in concept, although I think this grew out of a need to find funding for unfunded mandates passed down from the feds. It was mostly derived, I think, from the Clean Water Act requirements, the NPDES programs. They did not get exempted from Prop 218 the way water utilities did or sewer utilities did. And the feeling is that they are, in this essence, a utility. They're a service that can be measured. You can measure the service you provide at the curb or the house. You can measure whether it's residential or manufacturing. And they lumped in, so it started out as that measure to take care of stormwater runoff and to pay for the costs of stormwater runoff, which in this county right now, the cities are estimating to be something, the information we have from them, between $18 and $20 million a year. Those are all general fund impacts for the cities right now. In fact, we're in intense negotiations with them about the next term NPDES permit because those costs are expected to rise. And let me back up just, they're expected to rise to between 18 and 20 million. They're currently reporting, I believe, somewhere in the 11 million range, 11 to 12 million dollars annually. So through counties and cities complaining to the state about these unfunded mandates and regional board requirements, at the state level, they started discussing the Assembly constitutional amendments. We've been asked on a number of occasions to write letters of support for these, and that's hence the requests in the legislative agenda and platform. We just need to know whether or not your board supports us taking part in promoting that. And then, just a side note, they've tossed in the flood control because for very similar reasons, and I can get into that in more detail from a public policy perspective if you like, but you probably have enough. Yeah.
I would just note also that urban runoff, stormwater, that's all a product of development, and there are also fees charged to developers, which get passed on and all. But those fees are, or the developer has to build the infrastructure itself. So to an extent, there are other ways to get these fees, and could be seen as a transfer from a responsibility to taxpayers who don't have a vote.
You're right, Supervisor Parks. With new development, we can extract those from developers. The problem is that we have a lot of existing development that we can't do that with, and there are other sources of pollution that are in our channels that we're asked to treat, whether or not we generate it, especially, and that seems to me especially unfair with Watershed Protection District. We just pass the pollution through. We don't generate it. But, for example, agricultural, there are pesticides in the soils that we have to deal with, and we're asked to deal with those. There's no way to attribute those to a specific purpose. You can attribute them to a land use, or we haven't been able to recover full cost, but I can tell you that we extract every nickel we can from the development community for any of the new stuff.
Yes, Supervisor Michaels.
Yeah, I basically agree with having this in here because I do believe that the mandates and the requirements of the Clean Water Act and all of the other things that are thrown at us are basically upon each and every one of us if we want to maintain high-quality drinking water, et cetera. And, you know, to assume that the development community can pay all of those costs after the development is over is untrue. You know, they'll pay their fair share for the new stuff, but some of these laws came in long after, like my neighborhood was built in 65. And so, you know, we all as citizens, if we're demanding, you know, that we take good care of the environment and we have clean water, et cetera, we're all going to have to pay for it. It's a utility, as far as I'm concerned. And so even though I tend to be the one who not very often would support this kind of thing, I think in this case, this really is a utility, and I don't consider it, you know, as having disenfranchised the public. The public supports clean water and the Clean Water Act, and those who are in Congress who support it and have written it. And it is a general benefit to everyone. So I think that that's a good reason to have it in there, as opposed to some of the other things. We have to do it anyway. It was mandated, and the public demands it of us. So the public needs to help pay.
You're looking at it as a general issue rather than a specific. I would agree with that. I do have another item.
Okay.
D5 under Housing, Community, and Economic Development. There isn't, I've talked about this earlier, there isn't anything in here on farm labor housing, and talking with USDA people when I've been in Washington, they wish that they could get more money into this because it's such a pressing need. So I hope that we could put some kind of language in there.
Okay. So there's I think two requests for changes on, other than the rail and adding rail to the items. We have funding for the BISC and also a request for, would it be funding for assistance with farm worker housing, or would that be the request?
Under housing, community, economic development. I would tend to use USDA, but why don't you think about that?
Okay. Okay. And with that, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion here, and the motion is that we adopt the legislative platform, attachments A, B, C, and D. We also add to the legislative platform the Santa Rosa Island, our position on Santa Rosa Island. We also adopt the resolution that is attached to item 44, which is our resolution about Santa Rosa Island. And we also add to the legislative platform the words rail in the two places that Supervisor Parks identified. We also add the language that we would support more funding for the BISC, if we can get it. Also add to the legislation a request that the Corps study the Kitty Beach wall, and finally more
sand replenishment for Kitty Beach.
Sand replenishment for the Kitty Beach wall, and then also where appropriate in the legislative platform, more funding for, and what's the language you want to use? More funding for farm worker housing, right? Not economic. So that would be my motion.
And I hear a second from Supervisor Michaels. Any comments? I would just ask that the record note my opposition to item C14, number 22, which regards the exempting from a vote of the people the fees for stormwater runoff and urban runoff and all. Okay, I see no objections to the motion then. That motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Sue, for your effort. Yes.
I'm really pleased with the work that you do, Sue, and I've told you this before, but this is very comprehensive. This is thorough, and I thank you for the work that you've done.
Thank you.
And if we can go on, we'll finish our time certain items. And this one is our 11 o'clock time certain item with
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Sorry about that, I didn't have my mic on, but please go for it.
Yeah, hi.
We are here today to request that you conduct a public hearing and subsequently reprogram funds for a new project that CEDC is very pleased to be able to try and take advantage of. They've requested some reprogramming of existing funds that they have for some of their current projects so that they can take advantage of an opportunity to acquire a piece of property in Santa Paula that comes with some plans for a 35-unit rental housing project. This project also comes along with building permits, so time is of the essence, which is why we're bringing this application to you now, rather than considering it with our regular hearing process that starts in March. I'm going to keep it brief. I think the board letter is self-explanatory. We do have Karen Flock here from Cabrillo if you have any questions, but it is a hearing, so thank you.
Karen, I do have your card. Would you like to come up and say anything? Okay, and well, that's the only card I have on this item.
Move the recommended action.
I hear a motion and a second.
Yeah. It's a good reuse.
Good work there.
Good
Thank you.
reprogramming.
And that motion passes unanimously.
We're done. Oh, Madam Chair, could I just ask, I'm sorry, I know, there are many folks here from the Homeless Coalition to hear the item that I have on the agenda for the homeless, let me find it. Could we just hear it?
Yes, absolutely.
I apologize, I didn't realize we would be taking this.
We also have people here for the transportation.
Well, then
is that what you're here for? Transportation?
Let's go ahead then. If there's no objection, can the board hold out? We'll do both items 45 and 46 then? Okay.
I would thank you, yes. It's 48. My item is 48.
45 and 48. I apologize. Okay, so going in order then,
sorry.
Let's go on to item 45. This is a proposal looking at bringing forward a transportation vision for the county and looking at including that in our general plan. Supervisor Bennett, would you like to go forward on that?
Certainly. Thank you very much. This is as we were adopting our general plan last December. The issue was brought up at the end of a very long day with a lot of things going on, and we had indicated we would get something more specific to you in writing in advance for the board to look at. I would offer that this is not intended to be specific in terms of any project-specific things. This is just a general vision that attempts to try to identify that Ventura County wants to move in a direction where our citizens are less dependent upon cars, and that we do move towards the adoption of other opportunities, particularly bicycle, transit, rail, that reduce the reliance on single occupancy cars and help address our congestion problem with other alternatives that deal with the demand for the amount of freeway lanes that we need out there. So it is primarily conceptual. Talk with staff about about this, and the direction is simply to ask staff to, if this is the direction the board wants to go, to ask staff to figure out what are the appropriate steps to have this ultimately included in the general plan update.
Yeah. This is something I also am bringing forward with Supervisor Bennett, just realizing that we can't build our way out of the transportation problems that we have now, and certainly in the future we can just see congestion is going to get worse. The executive director of the Transportation Commission indicated it would take until 2048 to do the 101-23 interchange, and you just realize, we need to look at alternatives, and we know we have gridlock at both ends of our county, both at the LA County and Santa Barbara County borders, and what we're doing right now isn't as effective as we can in terms of the transit that we have out there, and looking at trying to connect our cities with bike paths, bike lanes, giving people with shorter commutes the opportunity to cycle to work. Also looking at enhanced transit service, both in terms of increasing ridership and trying to get more of a one county-wide seamless system, so instead of having to go from one system to the other, or being able to onto the same passes, ways that we can make it as user-friendly as possible. And then also looking at a vision for rail, whether it's light rail going down the main freeway corridors, or it's at least being able to get better rail service than we have presently. I think that what we're looking at here is trying to find alternatives to a better future that will otherwise lead us into, I think, more congestion. And this is also a healthier lifestyle, too, I might note. I know we do have some cards on this also. If there aren't any questions, why don't I go forward and call the public? Our first speaker then, we have Al Sanders. Is he still here? Okay, he does support it. And then next we have Clyde Pratt. Mr. Pratt. And he's from Save Our Somas.
Familiar face by now. Good afternoon, I guess, Madam Chair, Mr. Johnston, members of the board. I'm here today representing Save Our Somas, and I must say we've been commenting on the general plan update now for a period of several years. One of our many objections, which apparently are going to be addressed in court, had to do with the total lack of any attempt to consider alternates to simply building highways. So we're absolutely delighted to see this. We're very appreciative of it and hope that it marks the beginning of an integrated approach to looking at the long-term plans for the county. The general plan update, of course, has been ratified by the board, but we have taken exception to that and initiated litigation. But perhaps with this new approach, and if applied in other areas in the plan, we may be able to solve that, and I would hope this is an opening in that direction. But at any rate, in a general way, we're very appreciative of this. We think this is long, long overdue, and think that it's the type of thinking and approach that will lead to the county that I know we all want to see, rather than the county of the South, Los Angeles or Orange County, which now seem to be seeing the light a little bit, even though it's a little late in the day. So I thank you for your efforts in this direction. Please, as you move forward, you can count on our support in terms of providing information that may be helpful in evaluating these multimodal approaches to moving people in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. And I do note that at our general plan update, the board did support going ahead and looking at how we can, including a goal and policy to enhance our transit, enhance our rail. So looking forward to seeing that part of the update when staff comes back. Our next speaker is John Kirchhoff, and then I'll be followed by Patricia Feiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Kirchhoff.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you. I just made it here in time. I've been in Santa Barbara. I just want to remind the people here that the idea of you can't build yourself out of congestion and don't pave over this county is not new. For instance, we cannot simply build ourselves out of congestion, VCTC. The quality of life, safety in our communities, and health of our citizens are being deteriorated by overdependence on the automobile, VCTC, in their 2004 CPM. We need to learn from our past and design our future with our new approach. Ever-widening freeways may be short-term help, but will never get us where we need to be 20 years from now, the mayor of San Diego. Induced traffic largely offsets any short-term congestion relief gains. United Kingdom. Expanded freeways quickly become jammed as they lure more drivers. Building more roads and freeways while starving mass transit is a vision from the past, not for its California's future. LA Times editorial just a few weeks ago. Now we have the vision from, which I appreciate, from supervisors, but it should have came years ago. The public's been speaking about it for years. I spoke about it. I wrote about it. I got up in the same place and yelled about it, and it should have been very well analyzed in the GPU. And so I'm disappointed, but I do appreciate the effort. It's a bit late, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our last speaker on this is Patricia Feiner.
Actually, I guess everything has already been said, but I just think Ventura County has a rare opportunity to do what counties to the south and east haven't been able to do. They're going to spend the next century retrofitting for all the mistakes of just institutional inertia and where it got them. And Ventura County has the rare opportunity going forward to plan ahead and do it right and do it better and hopefully be more of a model for a more sustainable consumption patterns of energy and destruction of air quality and more sustainable growth patterns as well. So I just think this is wonderful, and somebody has to take the leadership in this. There's just, I imagine all the supervisors know, more institutional inertia everywhere. Someone has to break it and take the lead and start blue skying policy direction changes, and I welcome this opportunity. Hope you do too. I have no idea where it will lead in terms of, but if the discussion doesn't start and leadership isn't provided by this body to entities like VCTC and all the other agencies, I think it's going to be same old, and we'll just be sort of the last county to do it the wrong way instead of the first to do it the right way. So I encourage you and hope you will do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Bennett?
I want to thank the speakers for coming today. I would like, I think that Ms. Arkin, as she pointed out, really is saying what I think what we're trying to do here, which is we just need to start the discussion. Nobody knows where it's all going to go, but we certainly need to start the discussion. And there are two things that I think make it particularly relevant. Although we have just gone through the whole process of updating our general plan update, certainly if we can find these successful solutions, there may be, it's one thing to say we have a long-term plan and another thing to actually start to do it. We may be able to find some of those areas where we don't end up having to expand roads because we've come up with better solutions. And so that would certainly be my hope and goal, is that some of the things that we've even identified as potentially, that we were able to reverse that. But the second thing is, with the energy crisis that is out there, it is very possible that with India and China demanding so much more oil in the next 15 years. We don't know what's going to happen to the price of oil. We don't know what's going to happen to private transportation. And not only just to avoid congestion do we want to do this, but we may need to do it simply for economic survival of the county, is to say if gasoline goes sky high per gallon, we need to provide some other way for people to get around, and whether that's bike lanes between all of the cities or better mass transit and rail connections. But we may need that for that additional reason. So I think it's certainly appropriate for us to start the discussion, and hopefully the discussion will lead us to some truly effective actions that would keep Ventura County in the same spot it is right now. It's a pathfinder in terms of land use. It would be appropriate for us to be a pathfinder in terms of transportation alternatives also. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Long?
Just a quick comment. I'd certainly agree with that. I think that we have spent probably more than enough time talking about the barriers, talking about the costs, talking about why we can't do something. And as visions give us that elevated view of what we need to do so that we don't repeat the mistakes that are made in our southern counties. This gives us that opportunity, at least to put the statement out there, say to staff and to ourselves that we're willing to put some time and energy and work into this. And I think it sends a wonderful message beyond our borders to talk about, to work with the other communities, such as Santa Barbara, who's saying, why can't we do this? Let's take a look at it. Does it cost money? Yes. Is it an investment? Yes. So I congratulate you for both of you bringing it forward. It's an excellent need to do.
Supervisor Flynn?
Yes, I would agree with the comments made by Supervisor Long, that it's good to have a vision. But in order to implement a vision, or to prepare some objectives, it's going to take the cooperation of the cities. The connectivity is there. Let me just give you one illustration. And for the children to live around the financial tower in Oxnard, that is the area that's included in the Rio School District. In order to have the children be able to ride a bicycle safely, there needs to be something attached to the Vineyard bridge or overlay for them to go safely. They can't do that now. So a bus has to pick them up, whereas they could go in a bicycle if a facility was attached to that Vineyard overcrossing. But really the work with the cities has to come, and that will be with BCTC. You've got to work all together on this. And also, I don't think we should simply minimize what has been done. I can remember several years ago when we wanted to put bicycle attachment for bicycles to the Harbor Bridge. Those attachments are there now. How did we get them? Well, we got them with former Assembly person Imbrat, who carried a piece of legislation to do that. The Ojai recreation path, or the bicycle path, that was done. That's good. I could go through a whole bunch of illustrations that if we don't point them out, then people tend to say, look at the Board of Supervisors trying to pretend like they know all the answers. There has been some effort here. We need to have more effort. I would agree with the plan. But let me say this. I think the 5 members here on the board need to adopt some of these measures themselves. Every one of us here drove a car, and the car is in the garage. Let us try to use the bus system. Let us try to use the train system. Let us try to get here with a bicycle. Roberta remembers when I used to ride my bicycle
here. Last time you
here.
did that, you fell and broke your arm.
And she had to take me to the hospital, so I didn't quite make it up Johnson Drive. It's a dangerous place, by the way.
Haven't fixed that yet, have you?
Just look at Metrolink and all the work that went into getting Metrolink into this county. And I remember the last station in Ventura County was in Camarillo. And Camarillo happened to be located in the earthquake-affected area. And yet Oxnard was affected by that earthquake, too. So what did I do? I went to Senator Feinstein, and I said, can't we move that line into Oxnard? Oxnard was affected by the earthquake. She was able to do that. A couple of $1 million came, and Metrolink came from Camarillo to Oxnard. I want to mention this. Richie Tomac, son of Jane Tomac, former mayor of the city of Oxnard, really worked hard to help bring that train from Camarillo into Oxnard. And at that time, Ventura was not interested in having the train. Now it does have the train. So there's a lot of things been done. We shouldn't simply ignore them, but we need to move on with, I think, with the vision that you've outlined here.
Supervisor Michaels?
Yeah, I think Supervisor Bennett said one of the things that is probably going to force the success of transit and bike trails, trains, more so than has happened in the past, and that is when we get into the issues of not only lack of adequate supplies of fuel for single occupant vehicles, but the cost. People will eventually start thinking about using it, but they're not going to use it if it's not a complete system. Right now, you know, I like your suggestion, Supervisor Flynn, but first of all, it would take me too long to ride from Simi. I'd have to leave my house at 4:30 in the morning.
If there was a bus.
And then a bus, I'd probably have to leave at 3:30 in the morning. And the train, well, that's probably a total impossibility, so I am stuck with my car. But people are not. Yeah, well, I fully understand all that already. I don't have to suffer anymore. I think that the reality is that we don't have a well-coordinated system. I think people would use, you know, the systems more in this county if they were well-coordinated. And I don't know how, I'm all for adopting this as a vision, and certainly we can put language in the general plan, but the reality is we are not the designers, implementers, and payors of these systems. And so just so that the public and everybody understands that this is the beginning of the conversation. Mm-hmm. You know, that it is a good conversation to have, and other areas have been successful. They're more densely populated. That's our big thing. Our biggest issue is these 10 distinct cities, which we dearly adore and fight so hard to keep, is also an issue for transit. So I'm very, very supportive. I hope that the Wildcat Public in Southern California will be able to somehow support getting out of their car and using an efficient system.
Supervisor Bennett.
I'd like to, after hearing those comments, I'd like to make the motion to approve the recommended action and make just one other comment. Probably the biggest thing that's thrown at us whenever we try to consider a mass transit alternative is they say it's not cost effective. They say it's not cost effective because they determine how many people they think are going to use it, and then they say that's not enough people to justify it. And yet, what I think we constantly underestimate is when you make it convenient, and as these energy costs go up, our problem is we're going to underestimate how many people would use it if you get it done right. And we had a recent report that the Metrolink train is actually running full now, and they have to add. So to imagine what that would be if you double or triple gasoline prices. So I hope we'll keep that in mind as we try to do the economic analysis of this. But with that, I'd move the recommended action.
Second.
Thank you.
I would add
Supervisor
here
Flynn.
one thing. There is one city council person, an elected official, Councilman Fulton from the city of Ventura, who rides the bus from Ventura to the SCAT meetings. So he has experienced that. I would suggest that we need to do that type of thing so that we can become a very strong voice in trying to put this issue across.
That was actually one of the recommendations also from the Senior Summit, is that we should all be riding the bus, and let us see what it's like too. And then I would also note that Supervisor Flynn has become chair of the Ventura County Transportation Commission, and I think in March we're going to be bringing this forward to them to have the discussion, to have that dialogue, to have the discussion of where do we want to go in the future if we have the funds, and certainly allow us to start directing those funds to the future that we want to see instead of what is being imposed on us by the state. For example, we did just have an unsuccessful attempt for a sales tax for $1.5 billion, and I just thought, you know, if you take that $1.5 billion, what you could do in terms of light rail, for example, there's so much opportunity out there, and I like one of the speakers was saying, you know, we just have to think outside the box a little bit beyond what we have been, where we have been, and that box is the car. So we have a motion, we have a second. Seeing no objection, staff has their direction, and I look forward to seeing that come back. Thank you very much. And now we have the other item, Supervisor Long, that was number 49, was that right?
48.
I'm sorry, 48, yes.
carried this item forward because we're at a critical point with both a wonderful, long-standing coalition of volunteers, our Ventura County Homeless and Housing Coalition, that has said to us, we need help. And we need help so that we can provide hope to the homeless folks in this county and frankly, to protect ourselves. It's kind of a decision here, penny wise or pound foolish, in looking at a one-time contribution of funds. So it's not ongoing expense in the request. It is a one-time contribution of funds to give us the ability to lend some professional staff to a challenge that is before us from the Housing Urban Development regulatory agency and law that says that we have to look at how we count our homeless different. Homelessness is, with the new regulations under the 10-year plan to end homelessness, requires a biennial street count. As you know, every year we receive a wonderful document from these wonderful volunteers who prepare a point-in-time count of the homeless who are living in our county. We have to move now to a street count, which will be one very intensive to do, and is going to really require someone to oversee that with professional skill sets and someone who can help us in bringing collaborative cooperation together from our city partners who are a part of the solution on homelessness, and look at how we can leverage dollars that are diminishing from HUD and other resources so that we have an outcome from this 10-year plan to end homelessness that will be a solid outcome for us in our county and be designed for our county and be supportive of those good people who have for years been providing support to the homeless in our community. I know we have President Kathy Brunicki, who has been the president of the Homeless and Housing Coalition for years, and she's the one I think who has said help. We need some help. We also have Susan England here from the United Way, and the United Way already has a role, as you see in the letter that's been provided, in the Homeless Housing Coalition efforts, and they're very willing to step in and take on this other responsibility to have a professional service provider, to help really to steer this, the new mandates from HUD that will put us in line, or keep us in line at least, to receive funds that we will continue to dearly need to provide services to the homeless in our community. We also have Rick Pearson here from Project Understanding. It's good to see Rick here, and Carol Shulkin, who is our lead, our point on the whole homeless services, and I think this is Salbaraz, yes, is here too, from our Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation. You have the list of the board of directors on the partnership, and they are very strongly engaged and willing to continue to be engaged with us, and this also includes our cities. It isn't it's not to give the cities a way to back out. In fact, what we're going to do with this, and I know what the intent is with this, is to even more importantly point out to them the importance that they be involved in the solutions, because the folks that we're talking about live in the cities. So I'm asking for the board's support in approving this recommendation that will give us give the work additional resources to really hone in on the need, the supply, and the gaps, and the future to really end homelessness in our county in 10 years. Again, it's one-time funds. It's still with a collaborative and the volunteer coalition of good, strong folks willing to work with us. And I don't know if there are speakers.
There are a couple of cards,
okay.
At least one good card there. I have a question for you. As you mentioned, most of the homelessness is in the cities. That's where the population is. I would very much support an effort asking for matching funds from the cities for this also. I think that we've stepped up to the plate if we approve this, going to the cities and asking them also for them to, maybe between the 10 of them to step up and match this. I think that would
Absolutely.
be something to do, and let them take part in this also. We have the one speaker card.
I have some
Yes,
questions.
I'm sorry,
please.
Supervisor Michaels?
On the back page here, it says funding for consultant sources and uses, and it says estimated cost per component. Total estimated direct cost $100,000. But in the opening sentence, it says $100,000 not to exceed $200,000 over 3 years. I don't understand. I need some real direct answers on, is this $100,000 supposedly going to cover the 10-year plan, the street count, and that over the 3-year period?
Christie can answer.
Because this is not
Detail on that.
well written, and I'm going to vote no anyway.
Yes, the expectation is that the county's contribution would be used primarily for the staffing component to relieve the volunteer efforts of the coalition, and perhaps Kathy can speak more directly to the exact amount of money that the coalition currently has available for consultant costs. But typically, the coalition has been able to cover the cost of hiring the consultant for this work. We do have these new added components that are required this year. There has been ongoing fundraising efforts. The coalition has been out trying to raise funds to help pay for not only the additional new requirements from HUD, but also to help pay for staff to help shepherd this process through.
And HUD didn't vote any funds for this mandate?
Absolutely not. No. In fact, the amount of money coming through the continuum of care has been declining over time. So these new mandates, it's, once again, kind of an unfunded mandate that HUD is coming down with. So there has been some contributions, and Kathy can speak to it, but they did get a small grant from a local bank. They do have a verbal commitment from the Area Housing Authority and from the Behavioral Health Department to help contribute towards the consultant costs here. Our intent, I think, in coming forward with this is really to provide some professional staff who can not only shepherd the consultant in their work, but also help facilitate the strengthening of the Homeless and Housing Coalition. We have a wonderful group of dedicated individuals who are primarily your technical staff people. I think we'd like to see the coalition grow into a very strong and vibrant nonprofit that can generate ongoing revenue to support their operations in perpetuity, akin to a Casa Pacifica or something like that. So that's kind of the intent and the expectation here.
Have they started the process for a 501c3?
The Homeless and Housing Coalition
They
is
are.
already a 501c3.
They are, then
yes.
I don't understand. And if, I guess my question is, if these are the direct costs, but you're saying professional staff, that's an ongoing cost. That's a year after year cost.
That is
That's
an ongoing
not
cost, correct.
Yeah, well, wrong. But I don't think that there's no accounting in these figures for whatever the cities should be required to pony up. Because based on percentages, I would say that most of the people that are going to be counted on city streets. And so, I'm not willing to, and I hate to do this before the speaker even speaks, but maybe the speaker can speak to me that and make me feel better. I'm not willing to support this at all, A, for an ongoing staff cost. If there is an absolute amount that is matched by the cities, then I can support that. But to say that we are doing this to hire professional staff says this cost could go on and on and on. And I remember a whole lot of years ago when RAIN started, no, we're just going to do this for a year. And so I have to be just very upfront and honest. I'm not going to support an ongoing cost of $100,000 to $200,000 a year, period. And I'm not going to support this unless there's some requirement that the cities pony up and match it, and we get some sort of an accounting as to when everybody's going to wean off of this money, because this is what happens. And it's not that the organization isn't great. It's not that it's not a federal mandate and we have to do it. But if it's a federal mandate, there should be some money with it. A, and B, The county doesn't need to step up and take the full brunt of the cost. The county has the least ability to expand and create new programs than the cities do. So those are my concerns. Now, maybe perhaps somebody can speak to those and make me feel better, but right now that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. If I could make just one point of clarification. Applying for funding under the continuum of care is certainly not a mandate. I mean, if somebody doesn't step up to the plate and prepare that continuum of care application, then that $1.5 million of direct revenue that comes in to provide funding for our nonprofits will not be there, and that leverages literally millions and millions of other dollars in the system. So I guess, if the coalition doesn't feel comfortable, and I think the statement that the coalition has made is that if this body agrees with this recommendation, and Kathy can clarify this for me, if they agree to go ahead and provide the funding that will get the executive director, that the expectation is that person working with the United Way will help to create this stable organization so there isn't that ongoing cost. Now, it is a risk, and we don't know that it's going to work. But if we don't do it, then the coalition will not issue the RFP. That falls back on the county's shoulders. Somebody here at the county, if we want that money, is going to have to put that application together, and we'll end up bearing the full burden of that cost.
Okay. Well, then one of the questions is, how do we arrange, if, in fact, we go forward with this? What is the cutoff for success? 1 year? 2 years? Because I am not going to agree to hire extra personnel for a nonprofit indefinitely. So whoever comes up to speak needs to be able to tell me how long this gamble is going to go on if it isn't successful.
Well, Supervisor Michaels.
Yes, Supervisor Long.
If I might, in the recommendation, it clearly says it approve a 3-year annually decreasing contribution, not to exceed $200,000 over 3 years. And the point I'd like to make on this, I think, and Christy made it, is if the coalition doesn't get some support, and I fully agree with you that the city should do this too, but at this point in time, we have a critical cutoff time where an RFP has to go out for a continuum of care action to get underway, and to go at this point to the cities and try and get these agreements, the timing is not going to allow for it. That certainly should follow any support this board lends to the coalition. But as Christy said, if the RFP doesn't go out and we don't proceed with this, we are at risk of losing at least $1 million because we have a history of getting that much into this community with the HUD program. And if we lose that, then the homeless folks from all the organizations who have been supporting them, they're going to have to cut back their services. They won't have the funds. They're going to end up on our doorstep one way or the other.
How long have we known about this RFP?
It's an annual. I mean, it's an annual. The change in the law, the 10-year plan, is something. When did HUD just entered into this? I mean, they just put this mandate out here.
What is just a couple of weeks?
No, perhaps.
Yeah, Kathy, why don't you come up here?
Part of it.
Thank you, Ms. Budnicki. You're in the hot seat.
It's okay, I've been here before.
Thank you.
For the last 2 years, there has been a notification from HUD, Housing and Urban Development, that each continuum of care applicant had to produce a 10-year plan to end chronic homelessness, and starting in 2005 and biannually thereafter, so every other year, street count of homeless in the continuum of care applicants area. I know that the supervisors know this, but I have to say it for the rest of the group. The County of Ventura and the City of Oxnard each have a continuum of care application. We coordinate with each other, but the City of Oxnard is a separate continuum of care entity. So we're talking about the remainder of the county. For the last 2 years, our continuum of care application has been unsuccessful in attracting any new dollars. So last year, last May or June, I'm not looking at my notes, the board of directors, not just me, but the entire board, took an action where they stated that the Homeless and Housing Coalition Board, in conjunction with the county, because we've always had the county as a partner, but the board would no longer sponsor the continuum of care application because we knew we did not have the resources to foster a successful application. That is the situation we're in today. For the last 8 months, members of our board, many of whom are here, have been working with the Community Commission for Ventura County and with the entities that receive that funding. We have been looking for what would be an appropriate alternative to have someone sponsor the application. Well, everyone we could think of might be a potential applicant themselves. The Area Housing Authority, Many Mansions, the Commission on Human Concerns, looking at countywide entities who could possibly carry that application. Certainly, county could do it, but the concern there was that once the county starts to be the applicant itself, most of the dollars would probably fund county expenses as opposed to the programs at Many Mansions, Salvation Army, and the applicants who are now currently receiving that money. This morning, our board had a special meeting here in your building, and the board has made the following action. If the supervisors follow this recommendation of Supervisor Long, we will issue the request for proposal for 3 things. 2 continuum of care applications, so this year and the following year. A person who will write the 10-year plan to end chronic homelessness, and a person or an entity who will conduct the street count. We have a 14-member board. We are all volunteers. Our entire annual budget is under $25,000 because none of us get paid or reimbursed except for things we can prove. And we just don't have, $25,000 isn't going to buy you those things that we need to have a successful application. We looked at continuum of care applicants that were of a similar size, and pretty much what we found is that they spent around $100,000, some more, some less, to produce the continuum of care, the 10-year plan, and the street count. So that we didn't use a dartboard. We actually looked at budgets from other communities. I hope I've answered all of your questions. I'm here.
I'm not shooting the messenger, by the way.
That's okay.
But, you know, you said that way back in May you started on this, but I never once heard that you spoke to any of the cities. You spoke to other nonprofits who might want the same money, but you didn't speak to any of the cities where most of the homeless are found. That's why I'm having this problem here, is that, you know, there was enough notice that there could have been a coalition of cities and the county coming together to make this happen. But now what we're stuck with is the fact that the request is made to the county only for 3 years for no greater than $200,000, with no guarantee that if the cities look at that, they're going to say, oh, well, it's already taken care of, because we've more than covered these costs. And so that's where I'm struggling.
I do understand your concern, Supervisor Michaels. We have had conversation with representatives from the cities A couple of them are on the CCVC Homeless Task Force. I know I've personally had conversations with staff from the City of Thousand Oaks, the City of Ventura, and the City of Simi Valley. In addition to the county, those 3 jurisdictions that I just named are the ones who provided the bulk of support for the Homeless and Housing Coalition in prior years. So those 3 are aware of it. We have had a couple of general membership meetings where we did invite representatives from all the cities. So if the words are not out there, I can't phone every one of them individually. So yeah, it has been in the wind, but really no one's willing to step up and say, I'll do it.
Okay. Supervisor Flynn has a comment.
Oh, yes, I really want to praise you and the board. I can remember when you first started volunteering, never receiving anything. You were a great volunteer. You still are. I think you first started I'm not trying to put an age on you, but maybe 20 years ago.
I didn't have any white hair at the time.
and you were the manager at Mervin's. I don't know if you still are.
No, I'm not.
Well, I shouldn't have asked that. But we really need this. Do you realize that the feds are thinking about reducing vouchers? And if we lose the voucher system, or even 10% of the voucher system, we've really got a problem. The voucher system is in our legislative agenda, but I really support what you want to do and praise you and the other board members for volunteering to do this. Years ago, we couldn't make any headway with homeless. I mean, no one wanted to do anything. And so you stepped in along with the others, and that's why we have something going now.
Well, our partnership with the county has led to the success that we've had to this date, but we cannot, as an all-volunteer group, be successful any longer. And I do understand the risk that you feel you are taking in bailing out the cities. I fully understand that. All I can tell you is it is our intention to build a strong organization that will benefit this community going forward. Right now we're receiving over $1 million in funds, and those funds leverage other funds. If we were not to have an application, and that's your decision, we would lose that money, and we probably would have some programs go away.
Can I ask a question? You were saying, I believe, the City of Simi Valley, City of Thousand Oaks, what was the third one? Was
the City of Ventura.
Ventura have in the past provided funding for this?
Each of those 3 cities and the county has given us $5,000 per year to produce the Continuum of Care application. And that application, we have to write a proposal, and then we attach all of the applications to it.
Oxnard hasn't given any.
And Oxnard has a separate system. They have their own grant from HUD, so they do their own application, and we coordinate. We speak to each other's applications in our documents, but if they get a separate bucket of money.
I was going to say I could talk with my son.
Because the reason I ask is, I guess, sharing some of Supervisor Michael's concerns in that we need to have the collaboration of the cities on this one, and it sounds to me that failing that, we've got this. But what I'd like to see is a match available. So whether we provide, funding at the onset and say the next amount for the following year is based on providing, and maybe not a 1-to-1 match, maybe a 2-to-1 match, but being able to have them kick in funds and realize that more funding will come if they do kick it in. I think that would be a good incentive for everybody to move forward. Supervisor.
Thank you. My perception here is that the rules of the game have been changed, and a good group sort of found out about that and kind of struggled for a while, and now we're fighting a deadline and we just simply have to do something. And so I just think it's a slam dunk decision in my mind from a common sense. We have to invest $100,000 to try to make sure we do the plan to get to $1 million. The other concerns are legitimate long-term concerns. Yes, we want the coalition to be ones where we bring in everybody and we bring in the cities. But right now, given where we are, I think what I think we need to do is, by demonstrating the leadership that we're stepping up right now, the way we're in the long run going to get the help from the cities is to create that sort of we're in this together collaborative approach, and that in year 2 and 3 we sit there and say, that's when we have more time, we say, look, we stepped up this year, we need the city to step up. So I think that from my mind it's pretty clear we fund it. I like the idea of the cap, because it does indicate that we're going to need some help down the road. I think it's real clear from the discussions that we have here that we do need that partnership and that everybody will move forward with that. So anyway, I just wanted to offer my perspective on it.
Well, it sounded to me like what you said was that we would go ahead and guarantee $100,000 now to get started, but that we would have to see cooperation next year or something. Is that what you're saying, or you're saying go ahead and okay all of this, $200,000 over 3 years, and then at some point after that go to the cities?
Well, I support this recommendation like this, because this recommendation is not $100,000 for 3 years. It's a declining amount, so it does
with a maximum of
indicate,
$200,000.
Yeah, so it's a maximum of 2 over 3 years, and we need 3. So we're already indicating we've got to have something, and we can adjust this, as we go forward. I mean, it doesn't say how much we're going to do in year 2, for example. We might do a little bit more because we get some guarantees from cities that are going to do more in year 3, or we may be able to reverse that, et cetera. So I think this indicates we're in this for a 3-year period. It's not a 1 year and it's a done thing. It is the declining balance indicates the cooperation. So I would support it like it is here.
Okay.
And if I might just close in putting the motion forward, and thank you, Kathy, for clarifying some of that. You know the history. We have struggled with city cooperation on this issue for years. I recall putting together a homeless task force through VCOG with Jim Friedman of the city of Ventura. All of the cities are aware of the need. Some of them have been more generous than others. The CBDG dollars that they put into the pot have been just enough for this very small but mighty group to be able to put that product together to get us that $1 million a year. With this action, I think we could take this and we could, and I would recommend we get letters out from the board to all of the cities and say, we're doing this, we're going to, because we need to do this for all the right reasons. Number one, we need to deal with the mandate that is unfunded, but we cannot cut our nose off to spite our face and ignore it, because it will end up in our doorstep. It will end up in our river bottoms. It will end up in our doorstep, and it impacts folks who we represent, whether they live in the city or the unincorporated area. So I just feel we absolutely must do this, and then we go in the full court press with our partners in the cities and say, and here's your responsibility. And frankly, when the street count comes out, not the point in time, but the real street count, and the numbers are glaringly obvious of where these folks are, who they are, what their needs are, one will have a better tool to be able to look at where the gaps of services are in all of our wonderful providers, to see what other providers do we need, how can we strengthen the system, and what the solutions are. But we also have a public tool to go in front of those councils and the mayors and say, responsibilities with all of us. So I'd like to put forward the recommended action.
I'll second it. Just along the lines of trying to win the long-term cooperation, just my perception, if the city council members, if the first thing they hear about this is the presentation that we heard today, that the rules of the games have been changed, that you can't get by with the old $25,000 any longer, we have to win that cooperation, and it's going to be by the compelling argument. So I'd like to ask us to direct our CEO to try to work with those city managers at the city manager meetings that he has, so that this issue doesn't get framed by city managers, one way, and then we try to, we spend all of our time kind of trying to reverse that. I'd hope that we could, as clearly as possible, try to frame this issue, and I hope the press would try to frame the issue that there has been this change in the rules.
My feelings on this is that I would support the first year funding, and then if they can bring in over the next year 50,000 from the cities, then we can provide the second year, third year funding. But to me, that is a message to the city councils. We have stepped up to the plate. We've started this program. It's going to go for a good year. It gives you time, and part of the funding is to get more funds and do fundraising. Come back to us with a match, and you can get the rest of the funds. But to me, by providing the funds up front for the next 3 years, there isn't as much incentive for the cities. I think this will give the cities an incentive to, by saying we're stepping up for the first year, the only way they're going to go forward with the second, third year is if they can get that match. And it isn't that much money for these cities that, have more discretionary funds than the county in many cases. So I can support part of the motion, I guess is what's coming to, or I'd make an amendment to the motion, I guess would be the cleanest way to do it, and just say for the first year, the 100,000, come back for the rest of the funds if you can raise 50,000 from the cities. I don't think that's asking that much. So that would be my amendment.
My only concern with that is giving some stability to the effort. By framing it the way it is, it's saying an up to amount, not to exceed amount, and it's giving some flexibility. But I think the piece of the amendment that says to go out to the cities and make a clear effort to get those matching dollars could be certainly a piece of it. But to set a $50,000 figure on it, or to set and if you don't do that, then you're only going to get 1 year funds, I think puts at risk the stability of trying to put this program together.
Okay. Well, I don't hear a second to the amendment at any rate, so I'll withdraw the amendment.
Let me comment here quickly, and I know that we're all getting very, very hungry and very, very tired. But what I'm hearing here is bothering me, and what I'm hearing is that this is something the county can and should be doing, or as far as could get the money and to spend it on county programs. And so what we're doing is we're stepping up in order to fund this effort in order to make the nonprofit stronger, but it's still not going to take any of the mandates away from us. And so I'm a little concerned. I'm not sure where all of this is going, and therefore, the one thing I do know is all of the people involved are good people. That's the first thing I can say. I'm not worried that people are trying to pull anything. That's not the intent of what I'm trying to say. But I cannot support this in this configuration. If we have some sort of limit on it or some sort of accountability issue with the cities, and people come back and say, yeah, we were successful with the application, this is what we're going to do, blah, blah, blah. But to just do this, I just can't get there. I don't have enough comfort level, and I'm very concerned that, there weren't presentations in front of the city councils. If there weren't, maybe there were, but to talk to a couple members, there's a big difference between $5,000 a year from each of the cities and a not to exceed $200,000 effort from the county with no guarantee that there's going to be, that the cities are going to join in. That's why I'm having this discomfort. It has nothing to do with the fine effort of all of the people who've been involved with this, but I'm just not comfortable with this right now. I don't have enough information to make me feel good about saying yes, not to exceed $200,000 over 3 years. So I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to support it. If you want to delay it, I guess you can't because you got to get the app in, but I don't have enough information. I would support Supervisor Parks's amendment. I don't know that I would say 50,000. I would say, just a measurable effort on behalf of the cities. I mean, because I wouldn't want them to get 40 and then, but I need something at the end of this year to get my arms around, to feel comfortable about going beyond that and going as high as $200,000. That's a lot of money for us from our special accounts.
I would just comment, when a city council can throw tens of thousands to a soccer team, they need to also be able to send tens of thousands for homeless in their own city. So
I agree.
I think they need to step up to the plate, and we need to send a strong message towards that. I'm sorry I can't support the motion. I would with the initial funding, but I think we absolutely need the match requirement, and make. I think that's the best incentive we can give them. They're used to it. They give the same incentives when they give funds too. So. With that, Supervisor Flynn, you're in support of the motion? Okay, I see a 3-2 then? Okay, thank you. And now we have a closed session, a few last items which I don't have any cards on, so we'll come back and finish our last items after the closed session.
We got all these staff sitting here.
Okay, all right. I hear stomachs grumbling. If you would like to finish the agenda, that's fine with me. So. You doing okay, Roberta?
If anything, but we got to go fast.
All right. So I believe we're on item. Is it 50 already?
39.
39. I'm sorry. We do have our Ventura County Library items 39 and 40.
Could we just find out which ones staff are here for and do those?
We have 39, 40.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do those. This is 39 is the authorization for the Ventura County Free Library System.
Second.
Thank you. Motion second. Seeing no objection, that motion passes. And then item 40 is also regarding the CDBG for Simi Valley. So for item 40, we have a motion by Supervisor Flynn, a second by Supervisor Long, and that motion, seeing no objection, passes unanimously. We have item 41. That item is, I think Paul Ruffin might be taking that one on. Let's hold that one, as well as item 43, not seeing Paul Ruffin before us. Item 47 is a recommendation of mine to do some appointments.
Move the recommendation.
The recommendation has been slightly revised with the Santa Rosa Municipal Advisory Council appointments. I'm going to bring those back at the following meeting, but the rest of these are striking the two appointments to the Santa Rosa MAC. The rest of the motion stands for the appointments. So.
Okay. My second shall so reflect.
Okay, and Supervisor Flynn's motion so reflects. So item 47 passes. With no objections. Moving on to that, I believe now we are on item 50. That's the Public Works Agency regarding the sewer service charges for El Rio.
Move the recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Go, Roberta.
See, aren't you guys thrilled when we get crunched for
this
time like
item
this?
50 is the sewer service charges in El Rio. We had a motion by Supervisor Flynn, a second by Supervisor Bennett, and that motion passed unanimously. We now go on to item 51. This is regarding to Emergency Contract Authority for Supervisor Districts 1 and 3.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Long and a second by Supervisor Flynn. Seeing no objection, that motion passes unanimously. Item 52 is the ratification of our SCAG overall work program. That's the Resource Management Agency. Welcome.
Move approval.
Second.
Marty Robinson. Good report. We had a motion by Supervisor Michaels, a second by Supervisor Long, and that passes without objection. We do have the correspondence agenda. Motion by Supervisor Bennett, second by Supervisor Michaels. Seeing no objection, the consent calendar does pass. That leaves us two items which Johnny Johnston is willing to take on. 40.
Now I'll do the general services thing.
Okay. We have item 41, which is regarding joining a party in a litigation with in the case of the United Water Conservation District versus the City of Ventura.
And that's actually something that's already been adjudicated, and we are just, after the fact, paying our share of whatever benefits and are becoming a member of the advisory or oversight group for the Pumpers Association that is kind of a groundwater management project.
Okay,
With the recommended
so
action.
it's not to join a lawsuit, it's to
No.
actually seek
No.
the benefits of it. So
the
we have a
benefits of
motion by Supervisor Bennett, a second by Supervisor Long. Seeing no objection, that motion passes. Item 43, this was an item I think of Supervisor Michaels had
Yes, sir.
requested information on, and we have the information in our packet now.
Yes, and I would, at this point in time, park staff is so impacted with other things I have the information that I need to move forward with, and I think, given the lease parks versus the county parks, that at this time, I'm not recommending that we move on with any further study of this issue. I'm perfectly content with the information that I got, and I don't see the reason to go through a big policy drill at this time.
So you're
Okay.
moving, you're
So
moving
I'm
that
moving
we
receive and
don't,
file?
you're moving that we don't do the recommended action.
Correct.
Okay, second.
Okay. The motion is not to do the recommended action of the staff report.
I don't know how you write that,
And
but
it's a
don't do it.
motion by Supervisor Bennett and second by Supervisor Michaels. Motion by Supervisor Michaels and second by Supervisor Bennett. That, I think, completes our full agenda, and except for the closed session, do you anticipate any outcome from this? We'll hopefully have an outcome, an announcement from the closed session.
If your board hears all of the items, there may be an announcement.
Okay, there may be an announcement, and otherwise, if there is not an announcement, we will close the meeting until our February 7th meeting. And Roberta, if we are going to have an announcement, we'll make sure and get a hold of you so it can be on the public record. Okay, and with that, we are adjourned, sort of. We've returned from closed session, and we do have an announcement, and our county council will announce for us.
Thank you. The Board of Supervisors, by a vote of 5-0, has ratified the filing of a petition for writ of administrative mandate on behalf of the Sheriff's Department against the Ventura County Civil Service Commission in the matter of Pablo Lazaro. The case is pending in Ventura County Superior Court as case number CIV 236175. Thank you.
Thank you, County Council, and we stand adjourned until February 7th.